Welcome everybody, and start off with a roll call, starting with Region 2.
Good morning, I'm Don Ebert, Region 2, the Clearwater region.
Good morning, Tim Murphy, Region 3.
Mike Roach, Region 4, Magic Valley.
Good morning, Jordan Charette from Region 5, the Southeast region.
Good morning, Ron Davies, Salmon Region, Region 7.
And I'm Dave Bobbitt, Region 1, the Panhandle region. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Frederick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, just a little review of public comment last night. Per usual, fairly quiet evening. We had approximately 15 members of the public in attendance. 7 of those provided oral comment. We had representatives of the Idaho Conservation League, the Idaho Outfitters and Guides Association, and the Elk Breeders Association. So I'll start with a review of the comments related to agenda items. First, we had 2 people providing comment on agenda item 10, which is history of outfitter allocation. One person noted the allocation, just kind of a correction that in looking at the description of the presentation, he wanted to note that allocation in a sense began back in 1986 with a set aside, and commented that overall allocation numbers have not gone up, and just suggested the commission needs to limit the number of non-resident tags. We had another person who spoke about the importance of allocated tags to the outfitting industry because they provide certainty to outfitters for their business. He also spoke about the economic importance of outfitting to Idaho, and shared the numbers about the revenue that comes to Idaho from out-of-state outfitted hunters. And then as we proceed with discussions about how to manage allocation, he just urged thoughtful consideration of all of these factors before making any changes to allocation. And so just a note on that, I think as the commission is aware, we have been working with representatives of the outfitting industry to talk about how to perhaps modify outfitter allocation as we look to managing non-resident hunter numbers. And so those conversations are ongoing. We had a comment with regard to agenda item 6D, and that would be the 5-day waiting period. So the individual expressed that he is not supportive of the 5-day waiting period, which requires anybody that put in for a controlled hunt to wait 5 days on some of the cap zones over-the-counter hunts. And so he asked the commission to consider eliminating that 5-day waiting period. We had a comment somewhat related to item 6D, which is mandatory CWD testing. That was a representative of the Elk Breeders Association. Overall, he was just expressing their desire to work with the commission and the department on minimizing the risks associated with CWD and captive elk facilities, expressed his appreciation for conversations that they've had with the Department of Fish and Game, and then noted that they are committed to doing a better job and currently in the process of developing best management practices for the industry. Had a couple of comments not directly related to agenda items. One was related to Clearwater region whitetail hunting, a little bit of an overview of the history of November hunting opportunity in the Clearwater region, and then the history of the creation of the whitetail tag. And essentially, that individual is not supportive of the whitetail tag and believes it defeats the original purpose of having those November whitetail seasons in the Clearwater, and urges the commission to reconsider or to consider elimination of that whitetail tag. We had a representative of Idaho Conservation League expressing some grave concerns about potential mining activities in the Andrus Wildlife Management Area. And then the last comment was related to fisheries management in the Boise River system, and kind of a personal history or observation of the loss of non-game native fish, specifically red-side shiners, after the introduction of smallmouth bass, and believes that was a mistake, and indicated that he thought we should prioritize native fish over exotic introductions. In addition to that, we did have some emailed comments that are in all your inboxes. We had one email from a Colorado resident concerned about the lethal removal of wolves in Idaho. We had a comment about non-resident elk tags and suggesting that non-residents who have a zone tag for elk should be limited to a specific unit within that zone to help minimize crowding. Also a comment asking us to make the Elk City zone B tags brow tine only. And we had a comment, same individual also commented that we should change the otter tagging requirements to still require a trapper to report an otter harvest within 72 hours, which is currently the requirement, but not require that trapper to present the pelt for tagging within that 72-hour period. In other words, allow them for up to 10 days after the season quota is met or after March 31st. And so I'm not sure, I just saw that. I'm not sure if it would require a rule change, but we can follow up and have discussion about that. And then we had two letters, similar letters that were expressing serious concerns about elk depredations in Unit 14. So, Mr. Chairman, that summarizes the public comment, and I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to back up and we need to have an action item, agenda item here to approve the agenda. So the only change I know myself is that Mr. Fredericks jumped the gun because I told him to. But any other changes to the agenda from other commissioners? I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second that, Chairman.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Move on to our consent calendar. Any comments, questions? I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we accept the minutes and financial report as written.
Thanks, Commissioner Davies. Second from Commissioner Charette. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Moving on to rulemaking and budget update. Amber.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. I'm going to pause for a quick second and ask that possibly after I do my presentation, if you can give us a minute to take a break so you can get your monitors working. It sounds like your monitors aren't working. Would that be okay? Okay. So we've got Adam on standby. He's got to access the dais in order to do that. All right, so I've got a few quick updates for you, and then we're looking for a head nod to proceed with rulemaking around chronic wasting disease management restrictions. So first up, as you have recently heard, the department's maintenance budget passed both houses and was signed into law. The enhancement budget bill passed the Senate, but was voted down in the House 2 days ago. We're still waiting to see if the bill reemerges in JFAC today or tomorrow. We are hopeful that we'll see it probably tomorrow. An update on session 2026 rules, chapters 3, 4, 16, 17, and 19 have passed both resources committees nearly unscathed, with only one alteration to chapter 4 around the sheep auction and lottery tag units. As you've heard, chapter 8 passed out of Senate committee intact with the tech rules in place. And on the other side of the rotunda, chapter 8 finally passed in House resources, but with the removal of the technology section. In the same meeting, a bill was brought forward and passed in committee that addresses some of the original tech rule components, but done through statute. So that passed the House yesterday, one vote short of unanimous in the afternoon. And Ellery will cover that in detail for you later when she's up. And then those rules sections that did have those modifications, chapters 4 and 8 that were rejected, those will revert back to the original language that was prior to the rulemaking process. So the next step is resolutions will be drafted out of each committee, then put to the floor for the final vote. For current rulemaking, at your January meeting, you approved rulemaking to consider electronic tagging for upland game birds, turkeys, W-May pheasants, cranes, sage grouse, and swans, potentially. The notice of intent to promulgate rules for the rulemaking will be published in the April Administrative Bulletin. Then there's a meeting planned for April 15th to gauge interest in the rulemaking and engage interested parties. And then we'll invite folks to the table to work on that rule language, and then I'll bring that back to you in a proposed rule in July. And then finally, as I mentioned at the top of this, staff is looking for a head nod to go into negotiated rulemaking to address managing CWD management zones. This is to specific game management units. And this is to more easily control movement of carcasses within the CWD management zone. So your head nod will give us the ability to move forward with negotiated rulemaking this spring. And with that, Mr. Chair, I stand for questions.
Questions for Amber? Comments? And head nods? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Petition for rulemaking?
This is agenda item 5B. So the next item in front of you is a rulemaking petition from concerned residents, tribal members, and supporters of the South Fork Clearwater River. The petition request would affect Rules Chapter 11, Rules Governing Fish, and asks to restrict steelhead and salmon fishing on the South Fork of the Clearwater River to Idaho residents only, or implement meaningful limitations on non-resident access that prioritize conservation, enforcement, and local use. That is taken specifically out of the petition, that language is. The petition was provided to you previously for review and additional details. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions? Comments? Any suggested motions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Charette?
thank you. Amber, I have a few questions on the status of the fishery up there and how is there any issues to it? Is there any merit to their concern?
Mr. Chairman, that is one of the questions I wasn't prepared for, so I'm gonna do my little handoff and get my pitch hitter up here.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette. So I believe the question was the status of the fishery as far as specifics to, so
I can be more specific
Yeah.
if my question, if you want. In the petition, it basically states that if we honor the petition, that it'll have a positive impact on the fishery. Is that accurate?
So the fishery is not, I mean, there's no issues related to over harvest or over participation. We have a harvest share of anadromous fisheries, as you'll hear me talk about in a minute, relative to Chinook, and that applies to steelhead as well. So things we think about or have to pay attention to in steelhead fisheries are our impacts on listed wild fish and our overall harvest share of available hatchery fish. And for that fishery, we have not been limited by ESA take or harvest share in recent memory. So the fishery runs its course and there are no limitations on the actual fishery as far as the number of fish available and anglers catching those fish.
Thank you. As I looked at some of the concerns in the petition, it seemed like a lot of them were outside the scope of the Fish and Game. For example, littering and garbage, overnight camping, speeding on the local roads. Do you know if any of the members of the petition have reached out to the local enforcement there and asked them to increase their enforcement?
I am not aware that that's occurred. To my knowledge, it has not.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
John, I just have a quick question for you on the net. They mentioned in their petition also that they some members of the Nez Perce tribe have expressed a concern. Has there been any official outreach from them concerning this petition or any other concerns in that regard?
No, through our routine coordination, and we coordinate with the tribe annually on all of our fisheries, we have not heard any official concern related to that fishery in particular. So no official correspondence on that.
Okay. Commissioner Roach?
Uh, I noticed in the people who signed the petitions that it appeared to be about 90+% were all from the city of Lewiston. And I don't mind that at all, but I kind of, if I was living in Lewiston, I probably would sign the, that as well. But I think we have to consider the whole population that does come to fish there. And I think that, non-residents are probably a good percentage, and it does bring economic benefit to the state. And we have limits on how many fish, can be caught. So it just was an observation.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman,
Commissioner.
so this petition is in Region 2, South Fork Clearwater River. And so I've spent a lot of time with the staff in Lewiston talking about it. And as far as the conservation concerns, Mr. Casanelli did a good job, but I would like to also give my take on it. Is we have what's called harvest share every year based on the incidental take of native populations while we're fishing for the steelhead. And for years and years and years, our goal has always been to get our harvest share. We have the river divided up in segments. We got so much percent of the harvest share in Lewiston to Orfino, up above Orfino, and then on the, clear up to the South Fork. And so we aim for getting a certain amount of that harvest share in each one of those river stretches. And a big place to get that harvest share is right at the base of Dorshak Dam, where they pool up and people catch them, pretty handily. And so the idea of the conservation concern is, we've tried to get this harvest share for years and years and years. That's always our goal. And to suggest that the South Fork of the Clearwater has, if we reduce the fisheries there, it would have any impact. It just wouldn't. I'm familiar with this stretch of the river, and I can say in a good year, it is fairly crowded, and there probably is a high percent of non-residents who fish there. It's not that far from Missoula, Montana. And I agree that, we may need to look at reducing resident participation. However, my reservation is that, and I look forward to a robust discussion here amongst the commission, but I know that when we did our field trip up in Coeur d'Alene, when we were on the St. Joe, we were approached with exactly the same thing. It's like limit non-residents on the St. Joe. And then we were approached with limiting non-residents on the Coeur d'Alene River, and not so much familiar with the other parts of the state. What about the Henry's Fork? And, on and on and on and on. And myself, I don't have any reservations. And I think perhaps we should take a look at, now or in the future, are we going to have to limit non-resident participation in these high-profile fisheries? I believe I could support that under the right circumstance. I don't know, however, if we want to start trying to pick those off one at a time. So just to pull the South Fork of the Clearwater out and say, we're going to limit non-residents on this stretch of river, I think we have a bigger picture to look at. Kind of puts me in a hard spot because I want to listen to my constituents. If you looked at the petition, there's quite a number of signatures on it. It's very important to those folks. They're not completely out of line in their concern of the congestion there. And so I'm going to rely on the wisdom of the commission to go forward with this, but I think we need to look at maybe raising the price of a non-resident steelhead, and while we're at it, salmon card, and perhaps look at a wholesale reduction of non-resident participation statewide, just like we do with deer and elk. And I hope that made sense, but very important issue, and I really am wondering what you all think about it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebert. Other comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Charette?
Thank you, sir, for, want to quickly, as a commissioner, one of my favorite meetings is turned into the public meeting the night before where we hear the comments. And this is a form of that. I appreciate the public comments we get of the concerns of the fishery on the South Fork, and I think we need to take that in consideration. However, I have a lot of questions, being born and raised in the Bear Lake Valley, where, in my opinion, the greatest lake in the world straddles the border of Idaho and Utah. How would that impact if we limited non-residents on the Idaho side, but Utah didn't on that fishery? I think there's a lot more questions that this petition brings. There's a lot of shared waters between borders, and wondered how, that would impact that. Again, I appreciate the petition being brought. I appreciate the issues and the concerns of the sportsmen. I think this is a conversation that needs to continue on to see if there is a resolution. But with that, I move to if the motion's all right, I move to deny the petitioner's request for rulemaking to consider restrictions on non-resident salmon and steelhead fishing on the South Fork of the Clearwater River.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that with some comments as well. I couldn't agree more with what Commissioner Charette said. I think there is a lot of people on this list that have signed this that have some serious concerns, but I don't think this is the right solution for it. I think perhaps if in fact this was to pass, then we would be looking at pushing or overcrowding other areas with non-resident fishermen. I can see a lot of people wanting the exact same thing in their stretch of river. Commissioner Ebert brought up South Fork of the Snake, Henry's Fork. There's a lot of places that we see a increase or a significant amount of non-resident participation. And so while I can understand, I seconded the motion, and I stand in favor of denial of that. Thank you.
Further comments, questions?
I believe he's up here for procedural things.
Okay. Yeah, help.
Yeah, if the commission would like to go forward with some motion, I was just going to provide some procedural clarity if you do deny the petition.
So what's the?
So I didn't do anything wrong?
No, you didn't. No, all correct.
Not yet.
You can go ahead with your vote. I was just going to state that if you do deny the petition, the law requires us to send a written response. I'll help staff prepare that and have the director sign it as secretary.
Okay. So any more questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. Chair votes aye.
All right, sir.
Oh,
Yes, if
yeah.
you can please take a quick break for
Yeah,
you.
we'll take a 5-minute break and get our computers back online. Thank you. Call our meeting back to order. First item for action is an action item, the spring Chinook season setting. John, you're back.
I'm back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. So yeah, I'm going to go through item 6A. I'm going to get it pulled up here and talk about our Chinook salmon season proposals. There we are. All right. I am John Casanelli. I'm the anadromous program manager here at headquarters. Apologies, I probably should have introduced myself when I was up here just a minute ago. I'm going to talk to you today about our 2026 spring Chinook salmon seasons. And As I typically do, I'll give you a little bit of rationale and background on why we present these proposals to you annually. So spring, summer Chinook adult returns back to Idaho are highly variable across years. As you will recall, we set our fall Chinook, our coho, and our steelhead seasons through our 3-year rule cycle, and those occur in our rule booklet and are consistent across years. But our spring Chinook returns are so variable that we don't have the luxury of setting those seasons in 3-year cycles, and so we set them annually. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through the presentation. So at this meeting, we're asking you guys to set the spring seasons. This is focused on the Clearwater, the Lower Snake, and the Lower Salmon River. We will return to you later this spring or early this summer to present summer Chinook seasons to you, and those are the seasons that occur in the South Fork salmon and the upper salmon. So forecasted adult returns. We set our spring Chinook seasons based on forecasted returns. Those fish are just now starting to come up the Columbia River and come over Bonneville Dam. And so we don't yet know what the run is going to look like in actuality until we get a higher percentage of that return back. So we set these seasons based on a forecast because those fish return very quickly. And by the time there's enough fish downriver to really know what our returns are going to look like, our seasons will have already started here in Idaho. So our forecasted returns for fish returning to Idaho in 2026, you'll see on the far right there in the hashed bar, the forecast is for just under 34,000 adult Chinook in 2026. Looking back at last year, our forecast was similar, where we forecasted just under 32,000 and actually had just under 45,000 fish come back. So more than forecasted, which is always a good thing, and had some decent seasons in various fisheries last year. If you look at the time series across this graph, it just reiterates the point I was earlier talking about, where we have high variability in returns each year, which is why we have to set the seasons the way we do. And you can see that there's some pretty significant fluctuations through time. The next graph, similar format, but it's just showing the wild returns. The forecast, just under 10,000 wild fish coming back in 2026, which is quite a bit higher than our 8,000 fish forecast last year. It seems like the wild fish are slowly on the rise, which is a good thing. And a reminder that with the exception of Clearwater Chinook, all of the Chinook, wild Chinook coming back to Idaho are ESA listed. And so we have to pay attention to impacts on those fish and our fisheries as well. And part of the way we manage our fisheries is to limit impacts on wild fish. So with those forecasts, I will move forward to the 2026 public scoping and the proposals. You all have the actual proposals in your packets and should be able to take a look at those. But the first thing I want to talk about is our public scoping process. Because we set these seasons annually, we also scope these seasons annually. And so we ran online public scoping through mid-February. It ran from the 11th to the 22nd. So we had 12 days of online scoping. Public meetings were held in Lewiston, Orofino, Riggins, and in Nampa. We received 747 fisheries-specific responses. 92 responses were deemed invalid. I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. So we ended up with 655 unique valid responses. I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about some of the invalid submissions or submissions that we removed from the data set, because I think that's important for you guys to understand. So the biggest example of samples that had to be removed were related to the fishery on the little salmon and lower salmon and Riggins. We had 77 online submissions related to that fishery, and those 77 submissions came from the same 2 IP addresses. 70 of those came on a single day, and they were sent in every 2 to 3 minutes throughout the day. So it appeared to be an automated response that somebody had set up. Only 7 of those submissions came from non-duplicate valid license holders, and staff emailed all 77 email addresses that were provided, asking them to confirm their submissions. 53 of those immediately bounced back as being invalid emails, and no responses were received from the additional 24 emails. And then finally, phone calls were placed to those 7 valid license holders. No phone calls were answered, messages were left, no return calls were made by those individuals. So the 7 valid license holder responses were kept. The rest of those submissions were removed from the data. So what did the data look like and what are the fisheries going to look like? I'm going to systematically work through these fisheries, starting with the Clearwater. Then I'll touch on the snake, then I'll touch on the lower salmon. So for the Clearwater, it was scoped for the 4 sections of the fishery that are managed up there. So it was scoped looking at the main stem from the railroad bridge up to the confluence with the South Fork. The North Fork was scoped separately. The Middle Fork from the confluence of the South Fork up to the confluence of the Selway and Locksaw was scoped separately. And then the South Fork and Locksaw themselves were scoped separately. So I'll walk through each of those sections independently here. This is the format of the slides that you're going to see for each section that we scoped. So you'll see our harvest matrix kind of in the center of the screen there that shows, based on the harvest share, what our proposed fishery structure would look like and what was scoped to the public. So the harvest share for the Clearwater, the cumulative harvest share for the entirety of the Clearwater, and that's how this is set up for each of these. It'll be the full harvest share coming back to the Clearwater, is just over 2,000 adults, 2,011 adults. So that puts us in that 1,000 to 6,200 tier. And within that tier, specific to the Clearwater, managers have 2 options to manage: either a 4-day-a-week, 2-adult limit fishery, or a 7-day-a-week, 1-adult a day fishery. And that was scoped, and the slight preference from the public was the 4-day-a-week, 2-adult fishery. That was supported by 243 specific respondents to this section of the river. And then when we looked at comments that we got on things we might change, folks asked us to maybe consider 7 days a week, to have a Saturday to Tuesday versus a Thursday to Sunday fishery, consider 5 days a week instead of 4 days a week, consider limiting guide boat harvest, allow unclipped fish to be harvested. If you'll recall, as I stated earlier, unclipped fish in the Clearwater are not ESA listed, but we still operate that as a mark selective fishery and require the harvest to be of clipped fish, and then to have no limit on jacks. So that's the main stem. Next one I'll move on to is the North Fork. So same harvest share. That puts us in a 4-day-a-week, 1-adult fishery on the North Fork. You can see we got 100 responses, overwhelming support for that 4-day-a-week, 1-adult fishery. There were some comments asking us to consider a 5-day-a-week fishery, and also some comments asking us to consider a 7-day-a-week fishery. Moving up to the Middle Fork, again, 4 days a week. This is a 2-adult limit in that section. Overwhelming support again, 80 total respondents. There were some comments asking us to move more allocation downriver and to consider a 7-day-a-week fishery. And then the final sections of the Clearwater fishery are the South Fork and the Locksaw, those terminal fisheries on the upper end, where we are going to have a 7-day-a-week, 2-adult fishery. The reason for that is by the time fish get up to that part of the river, we're really trying to kind of wrap things up and reach our harvest share. And so we have a more liberal limit and more liberal days per week up there to encourage participation and kind of mop up the remainder of the fish that we have in the fishery. Overwhelming support for that, 98 total responses. The only significant comment we received there is to move more of that allocation downriver. So with those recommendations, for the main stem Clearwater, the fishery proposal is to have a 4-day-a-week fishery with a daily limit of 2 adults. For the North Fork, it would be a 4-day-a-week fishery with only one of those fish can be an adult. For the Middle Fork, 4-day-a-week fishery, again with 2 adults. And then for those terminal fisheries on the South Fork and the Locksaw, a 7-day-a-week fishery, 2 of which may be adults. And I will note that there are some long-standing special rules specific to each fishery that are outlined in the proposal packet. I'm not going to go into the particulars of those because they're the same special rules that we've had for multiple years related to not fishing around hatchery ladders, limiting boats in certain areas like Big Eddy Hole and on certain sections of the North Fork. So those are the Clearwater proposals. I'm going to move into the snake. Before I do that, I guess I'd pause to see if there's any questions specific to the Clearwater.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question so much as a comment. Previously, this was done by Joe DuPont for years and years and years, and Joe pretty well had it dialed, and now we have a new Joe Thiessen, and I think he's doing a very good job, and I think these proposals are spot on, well vetted with the public, and they have a dialogue with the public continually, and you know, it really seems to work pretty well. I know probably not everybody's going to agree, but I think it's pretty transparent process. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that, and JJ's crew there in Lewiston.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, I'm sure the region will appreciate hearing that. And I know that, Joe Joe DuPont set the standard, and Joe Thiessen is carrying that standard forward, and they're doing a very good job of engaging the public up there. Okay, moving on to the Snake River below Hell's Canyon. That's a shot of the pretty intimidating ladder that one must descend and then climb back up if they want to shore fish below Hell's Canyon Dam. So that's a pretty simple fishery this year. We've only got 234 projected harvest share in the Snake below Hell's Canyon. You can see it's a pretty simple matrix we got there. We just, if it's above 1,000 or below 1,000, so because it's below 1,000, we'd have a 7-day-a-week, 2-adult fishery there from the Doug Bar boat ramp to the Hell's Canyon Dam, and we had overwhelming support for that as well from 68 total respondents. No significant suggestions from public comment on that fishery. So the proposal is a 7-day-a-week fishery, 4 Chinook salmon, only 2 of which can be adults. Moving on to the lower and Little Salmon River, and I figured I would give Joe DuPont one last hurrah on this presentation since he recently retired. That he loves this fishery and fishes it fairly often. So that's a picture of him with a fish he caught there, I think last year. So this fishery, you'll recall it's both the lower salmon from Rice Creek Bridge up to the Little Salmon River, and then the Little Salmon as well. That was all scoped. Unlike the Clearwater, we scoped the entirety of this fishery as one fishery. And we have a proposal because we have 2,055 harvestable share forecasted there. That puts us in a 4-day-a-week, 1 adult fishery based on the matrix, and you can see that row is highlighted in gray. Strong support from 154 total respondents. We did get a handful of comments related to opening that fishery 7 days a week, increasing the daily bag limit to 2 fish. A redistribution of harvest share between the lower salmon and the little salmon. The way we currently do it, we try to get about 50-50 or 60-40 between the main stem salmon and the little salmon. Oppose weekend only, keep season open longer, decrease possession limit, move boundary back down to Hammer Creek, limit jet boats on the lower salmon, and go to 3 days a week, Thursday through Saturday. So the proposal in the lower and Little Salmon Rivers is for a 4-day-a-week fishery with a daily limit of 4 Chinook, only 1 of which may be adult. That's the same for the little salmon. And then the same disclaimer that we do have some long-standing special rules that are in your packet related to some of the shoreline boat closures at the mouth of the Little Salmon and not taking boats up the Little Salmon. And then the one thing I did add here is that we do have statewide this year a proposed season limit of 10 Chinook salmon. So before I move on, I want to talk a little bit about our shift in approach on how we're going to ask you to approve seasons this year. But any questions specific to the Snake or the Salmon River fisheries before I do that? Okay.
Don't say any.
Okay, so we are taking a little bit of a shift in how we ask for these seasons to be approved this year, and the effort is to provide the director the ability to increase opportunity without needing commission approval. And so we talk about these matrices that you see in all of the proposals that I just provided, where we have a set season structure based on the number of fish coming back. And so because we are basing these on forecasts are always different from reality. We've never had a forecast that's been 100% spot on in the history of forecasting anadromous fish, and probably never will. If the difference is significant, the approved seasons may need to be adjusted to maximize opportunity and harvest. So the request today will be for the commission to approve the matrices that were presented of the seasons based on actual. And so approving the matrices gives managers more options to maximize harvest opportunity for Idaho sport anglers. And each tier of that matrix has some overlap to allow for further flexibility. And so I'm going to walk through quickly an example of this, and we don't have to go back in history very far to find a good example. We can go back to last year. So last year when I presented these seasons to you at the March meeting, the projected Clearwater harvest share was 1,160 adults. So based on the matrix structure at that time, that put us at a 4-day-a-week, 1 adult fishery. And you can see highlighted in the table there, that's what was proposed and what you all approved at the March meeting. Fast forward a few weeks to when fish started rolling back and our season was rolling, the actual harvestable share that returned to the Clearwater River was almost 5,000 adults last year. So we way under forecasted that return. So at the May commission meeting, the commission approved a 7-day per week, 1 adult season, 2 in the South Fork, which you can see that was the next tier in our matrix. And that all works fine. The issue that we have is that when these things happen, these are short, intense seasons. And for us to be nimble and respond to anglers, we really want to be able to make those changes quickly. And so in this particular example, we waited, we knew we had the data in hand. We knew we wanted to make a change, but we were a couple weeks out from the commission meeting. So we sat on it and then we presented it at the commission meeting. The change was made and the fishery continued. But had we had the option for the director to approve the matrix level, we could have jumped right into those changes and probably even further maximize angler opportunity in that fishery. So currently the director has authority to downgrade or close a fishery, but not the authority to move it in the other direction. And that's what this matrix option will do. So with that, the staff recommendation is to approve seasons as presented and adopt the harvest matrices that allow for the director to adjust season structure as necessary based on in-season returns of adult Chinook salmon. And we have a pretty hefty suggested motion that captures all that on the screen. And I would be happy to take any further questions.
Questions, comments? Commissioner Ebert.
I don't have any questions. I do have a comment about I think you said it well. If we see there's more fish that's available to the public and it takes us, by the time we see when we're going to be available, open meeting, advertisements, so on and so forth, we're keeping people from these fish. And as long as the director operates within the matrix, I think, I'm going to support giving him that discretion. And if it's in order, Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion. I move the commission adopt Chinook salmon seasons as recommended by the department and to promote effective use of the state of Idaho share of salmon harvest. I further move the commission delegate authority to the director to make in-season adjustments based on the harvest matrix tables presented by the department, including increases or decreases in geographic extent, fishing days of the week, fishing hours, bag limits, and season suspension with closures, with the director to promptly notify to the commission of such in-season adjustments and the department to comply with Idaho Code Section 36-105 for publication and notice for proclamation amendments or orders.
Okay, it's been moved. Any further discussion? Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Roach, second. Any further questions or comments? With that, I'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Done. Okay. Move on to Bighorn sheep. Holly.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. So as part of this item, I wanted to give you an update on the Owyhee Front Population Management Unit, including Reynolds Creek and Castle Creek. Just to orient you again, our California bighorn sheep are south of the interstate. So you see the Jim Sage population in 54, the Owyhee Front population in 40, Jacks Creek in Unit 41, and the Owyhee River in Unit 42. And here's a graph of some, not a graph, it's a map with some GPS, radio collar GPS locations on it. The red are rams, the blue are ewes. You'll see up in the top here, the red bunch there, that is Reynolds Creek. Further south, this is the Castle Creek group. I'll point out these rams that are in the Owyhee front population management unit. They're just on the other side in this rough mountain area. I'll talk about them more later. Here's Jack's Creek. About right here is where we release the sheep from Oregon. And then further down to the south is the Owyhee River. And I'll just point out here while I have this map up. So the sheep here, the rams in this rough mountain area, move back and forth between Unit 40 and 41. And this will come up later in the presentation. So in in December during our capture, you heard me reference this before, we found that the Reynolds Creek herd in the Owyhee front population management unit had a MOVI. They were positive. We had multiple detections during our captures in December. So the decision was made to depopulate Reynolds Creek in order to protect the rest of the California sheep further to the south. So we worked with Wildlife Services in this effort. And I wanted to just maybe point out, we really wanted to had multiple goals with the removal effort. We wanted to protect the other California sheep. There's 250 plus the 30 we were bringing from Oregon. And you know, the consequences of an MOVI related die-off can be pretty severe. So that was important. We wanted to do this efficiently and effectively. It was important that if we're doing a depopulation effort, that we did remove all the sheep in the Reynolds Creek area. And we also wanted to salvage as many animals as possible. And we wanted to get as much health related and testing data that we could to not only confirm what was going on in Reynolds Creek, but to benefit our research in the broader areas of a MOVI and test to remove and how we can improve the health of bighorn sheep. So we worked with Wildlife Services. We conducted 2 days of removal efforts, the first one being January 22nd, the second February 3rd. Wildlife Services used their fixed wing, which was outfitted with telemetry and thermal units to help find the sheep. And we did use the helicopter. It was set up so the Wildlife Services could remove the sheep by shooting them from the air. We felt that was the most efficient and effective way to depopulate this area. They removed 25 sheep over the course of those 2 days, including all the radio collared animals that we had on air, or on the last day that we kept in the mix so we could make sure we didn't have any other animals, unmarked animals in the area that we didn't know about. 91% of those of 19 of 21 tested positive for exposure to a MOVI. We did additional testing, but I think that paints the clearest picture that they were exposed. Many of them were sick. For meat salvage, 19 animals were salvaged and that meat was donated. 4 animals were not recovered. And the reason they weren't recovered is the Wildlife Services helicopter was not able to sling animals. And plus, even if they were, some of these animals, once they were lethally removed, they landed in areas that we couldn't access. So they made great efforts to get all the animals they could, all the sheep they could, to our processing area where we were set up to salvage meat and take biological samples. So they made a big effort there. And even with that effort, there were 4 that were not recovered. And then out of the 21 that were, 2 were deemed not fit for human consumption based on how sick they were when we necropsied them. But it was good to see that 19 animals were able to be salvaged and donated to needy families. I wanted to mention some additional information about mortalities that we observed. So during the capture in December, the capture crew mentioned to me that they had seen 3 or 4 dead bighorn sheep during their efforts, which is a little unusual, especially that they were able to just visually locate that many. They also saw 5 lambs in December. By the time we did our initial removal day in January, there were no more lambs left on the landscape. So I think it's fair to assume that those lambs died during the course of the outbreak. And really I wanted to and I also wanted to mention that there were 2 sheep that the day prior to the initial removal day in January, Wildlife Services did see 2 more dead ewes while they were out scouting. So it gives you an idea that the population was probably what we thought, closer into the mid-30s initially, maybe a little bit higher before the die-off. But by the time we started our removal efforts, there were about 25 animals left, and those were all removed. So once again, our goal was really to protect the larger population of California bighorn sheep in this area. And it was important to do so by depopulating Reynolds Creek, even though it was not something anybody took lightly. It was not, it was a difficult decision and it's a difficult job. It's hard to do. It's not pleasant, but I think the region and Wildlife Services coordinated and did a really good job. They were effective, they were efficient. And as far as we know, we did succeed in depopulating that area. So you see on this map, Hunt Area 40 included Reynolds Creek, which was up here, prior to the depopulation. And then the remaining sheep in Hunt Area 40 are in Castle Creek. We think there's about 35 bighorn sheep there, including 7 to 10 rams. And those rams move back and forth between Hunt Area 40 and Hunt Area 41 in this rough mountain area. Just to remind everybody, in January, the commission decided to close Hunt Area 40 for this upcoming 2026 season to protect the Oregon rams, so they would have a chance to breed this fall. So that hunt area is closed, and the current hunt area then, Hunt Area 40 has 1 tag. According to the Bighorn Sheep Management Plan recommendations, we recommend that we harvest no more than 20% of class 3-4 rams in a population of approximately 100 bighorn sheep or more. So the current numbers in Hunt Area 40, about 30 to 35, fall outside of those guidelines. And in addition, we're not sure where those rams would be during at least part of the hunting season, whether they would be in Hunt Area 40 or 41. So we are looking at this next season setting, which is coming up this winter for moose, sheep, and goat, at restructuring these areas to provide hunting opportunity. Hopefully we'll have a good season with lamb recruitment this summer, and we'll see how the Oregon sheep do. But we are looking at this and hoping to come up with a way to take advantage of the sheep that are on the landscape to provide harvest opportunity. So the staff recommendation is to remain consistent with harvest guidelines outlined in the Bighorn Sheep Management Plan. And we propose closing the 2026 hunting season in Hunt Area 40. This would eliminate 1 California bighorn sheep tag. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, so just an observation. Thank you, Holly. And I want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Charette, who was there for some of the operations. I was off on the side. I had a medical issue and I solved it. So, but thanks for filling in. It was great. Augmenting a herd is a real positive deal, right? I mean, who doesn't want to wake up and think we're going to sling in or carry in bighorn sheep and augment a herd that needs it, genetic enrichment and so forth. So thanks for all that. Down on Reynolds Creek, Holly, Shell, others, they don't wake up in the morning thinking, yeah, we're going to go and dispatch some bighorn sheep. So I know how hard that is, but I want to thank you. Protection of a herd all through the Owyhee is a big deal. Wouldn't take but a few years to lose, virtually all those. No easy task. Think about it, requiring the planning and logistics. Helicopter ops have their own safety issues, planning for safety of employees, humane dispatch of these animals at Reynolds Creek. This is a big deal, and you pulled it off seamlessly. So I want to thank and recognize Holly, And the whole crew, everyone you worked with on the ground. Shell, I see in the back of the room. I know I'm missing others. I just wanted to observe this. This is no easy task, both up here in your heart and just logistics. You pulled it off. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, thank you. And I do want to mention that the regional office, the Napa regional office, really took on the large burden of coordinating that effort in Reynolds Creek.
Commissioner Roach.
Holly, the source of the Reynolds Creek movie, we think it's Oregon. Are they coming from, or what is the source, and how can we possibly prevent a reoccurrence?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, yes, we did strain typing on the movie that we detected in Reynolds Creek, and it was the same strain that's in the Oregon sheep. And we think the closest route would probably be Leslie Gulch. So that would make the most sense about how it came from Oregon into Reynolds Creek. I think part of this depopulation effort also gives us a bigger buffer between Leslie Gulch and Castle Creek by removing those sheep. But I do want to mention that Oregon is working to clear a movie from their herds along our border there. They're in a multi-year project. They're several years in. They did a big capture effort this year. They're also, it's test and remove, basically. So they're working pretty hard to clear a movie from that sheep population. They had, 400 there, and they're down to around 100, along our border. So they have a big interest in clearing it up for, not only to protect other sheep, but they're, to rebuild their populations on their side.
Follow up with that Leslie Gulch being the path. What about technology? Do we like game cams or things that we could possibly track them coming? It's probably there's certain times of the year where they might be coming through there. Are we doing something like that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach, I think the technology that's been most useful are these GPS collars. You can set them, like we've set the augmented sheep, to getting uploads every day. So you can see movements. And granted, we don't have them collared all the time. And, some of these rams do movements out. Well, ewes do it too. They move outside of the normal kind of expected time frame and in directions and areas that we wouldn't guess. But we did end up removing a ram from Oregon down by CJ Strike Reservoir last fall. And he came from Leslie Gulch. He was radio collared, but it was a VHF collar. So it did ultimately help us find him, but it didn't give us the real-time information as he was coming into the state.
Further questions, comments? Commissioner Ebert.
Thank you, Holly. Something like this happens and everyone always says, we should go let hunters remove the sheep. And I understand why we don't do that, but for the benefit of the public, could you speak briefly on why we chose Fish and Wildlife versus letting a bunch of hunters go in?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, yes, absolutely. We did discuss that, and we did consider the option of letting hunters participate in the depopulation efforts. What we've seen in other states that have tried to do that is it takes a long period of time. And by going in and constantly kind of picking at it, you're spreading them out and maybe risking them traveling further to areas that we didn't want them to go. And we felt that the situation was urgent. During our testing in December, we didn't detect a movie in Castle Creek or in Jacks Creek, which was very important. So we wanted to remove them as efficiently and as quickly as possible, just to better the odds, decrease the risk of the movie moving from our Reynolds Creek Bighorn sheep down into Castle Creek and then subsequently into Jacks Creek, where we're trying, to really build those populations back up. So that was the reason why we didn't do it. We do realize that the sportsmen, some of them really would have liked to have been involved, but it's just for the sake of the operation and the goal of the operation, we felt that the helicopter removal was the best way to go.
Thank you. And if I could offer one more thing, Mr. Chairman, I know this is a controversial thing, and when this first came out, I would like to applaud the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation, who put out information supporting, our decision. And You know, I think they're always involved with what you're doing, and I think they helped educate the public a little bit as to how and why. And I think the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation really stepped up for us yet again in helping with the message of this. And I appreciate them for that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, they did. They understood the situation. We discussed it with them, and they have a big following, and both the national and the Idaho chapter. And they did push out information to their members explaining the situation, and I do think it was helpful.
Any other comments, questions? I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be pleased to make a
Commissioner
motion.
Murphy.
Thank you. I move the commission adopt staff recommendations to close the 2026 California Bighorn sheep hunting season in hunt area 40. Took my glasses off because I thought I could actually read it, but that was a mistake. I'll start over. I move the commission adopt staff recommendations to close the 2026 California Bighorn sheep hunting season in hunt area 40, hunt number 7001.
Okay. Commissioner Charette, you second. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, we'll take the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. You've got it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just before we move on.
Director.
I'm going to embarrass Holly for a second. So, yeah, I think Holly said it well, Commissioner Murphy and Ebert said it well. This difficult thing for us, difficult thing for proponents of wild sheep to see. But on the heels of it, thanks in large part to the support of the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation, it was as well received as something like this could be from the public, and had a lot of opportunity to go sideways. But I think kudos to them, kudos to our communication staff for helping the public understand why this was necessary. Wildlife management involves some really difficult choices sometimes, and this is one of them. And on the heels of this, I don't think our relationship with the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation has probably ever been stronger, very, very strong. And related to that, several of us had the opportunity to go to their banquet this last weekend, very well attended, and Holly was awarded the 2026 Outstanding Achievement Award. So I just want to congratulate her.
Thank you.
Thanks, Holly, and congratulations. We're way ahead of schedule, so I think we'll skip the break for now and move on to chronic wasting disease. Tricia Hebban. Trish?
Commissioners. Director Fredericks. I will be presenting to you. I'm Tricia Hebden, the Assistant Chief of Wildlife, and I will be presenting CWD update and a request for modifications to Idaho's mandatory CWD testing. And before I get started, there's going to be a question at the end of whether you want Boise State colors in the future or ISU colors in the future. I know everybody said Vandal colors, but we're trying to go with the new brand book. So as you're all very well aware, Fish and Game is concerned about CWD because it is a deadly disease that can spread between our elk, deer, and moose. And it can exist not only on the landscape, but it can exist in animals for many years prior to those animals showing symptoms. We've been looking for CWD in Idaho since 1997, and we've sampled over 43,000 animals. It was because of this surveillance that we were able to detect the disease in 2021. Our goal is to dynamically and adaptively manage CWD to minimize the amount and spread of this disease in Idaho. During the 2025-2026 CWD surveillance season, which started July 1st and will run through the 30th of June, we have collected close to 6,000 samples statewide, and we've detected 20 new positives. The 20 positive detections this year were from hunter harvest and roadkill animals. 15 of those positives were from GMU 14, 1 from GMU 18, 3 in the CWD management zone in Game Management Unit 1, and a new detection in Game Management Unit 15. In total, since 2021, we've had 120 detections in wild deer and elk from symptomatic animals, roadkill, and harvested animals. These numbers highlight the critical role that hunters play in detecting and monitoring CWD prevalence. I will be reviewing the specific area detections in the next slides. So for up in Region 1, all the positive detections, they're represented by the red dots on the map, were within the CWD management zone, outlined by the red boundary. The blue dots represent past detections, and the red star represents a domestic elk facility that has a positive CWD detection and is currently under quarantine by the Idaho State Department of Agriculture. There have been a total of 9 detections since 2023 in Region 1, and the prevalence estimate for the white-tailed deer is below 1%. I'll also say if you guys have any questions, just stop me. So,
Tricia,
yes.
I do have one question off of that last slide, please. So
Chairman,
is there anything that should be read into the 50% decrease in the amount of detections between the 2 years, or is that just a normal variant?
Chairman, Commissioner Davies, I think one of the things is we, in this area, I think we've been sampling this quite heavily. And I think what we're seeing is a natural kind of, we don't know how it got up there, but there are several theories in how it got up there. And I think it's not, the prevalence up there is not high. It's below 1% from what we're looking at. And so we're seeing it at a very low level. And those animals that as we're harvesting, we're getting a lot of those positives out of the population. So there is a new detection in Game Management Unit 15. It was in a white-tailed deer in the Service Flats area, about 20 miles north of Slate Creek. You can see it at the top there, right below Grangeville, and just across the Game Management Unit 14 line. At this point in time, we are not going to ask for the expansion of the CWD management zone for several reasons. The first reason is that based on past collar data, the deer from this area move between the southern portion of Unit 11 and the northern portions of 13, 14, and 15, but they don't appear to move across into eastern Game Management Unit 15. The other reason is, in addition, our current CWD management rules allow for the movement of whole carcasses across the CWD management zones. And if we included Game Management Unit 15 in the current CWD management zone, CWD positive roadkill carcasses could be picked up and moved across Unit 15 for wolf trapping or other purposes, and that could unintentionally cause the spread of CWD throughout that unit. As Amber brought up earlier, and you all gave a head nod for, Fish and Game will bring the Commission a new CWD-focused rule change proposal to address this issue at the July Commission meeting following negotiated rulemaking. And that rule is going to restrict the movement of carcasses in a CWD management zone to the game management unit in which they were harvested, so that you can't move things across into other areas. So for the next harvest year, we're recommending intensive sampling of deer in this area through increased check stations, head barrels, enhanced communication with hunters, working with the National Park Service in the Whitebird area, and a coordinated effort with private landowners. Large sections of southern portions of Unit 11, northern portions of Unit 13, Game Management Unit 14, and 15 are privately owned and not accessible to hunters. Working collaboratively with private landowners to increase sampling in these areas is going to help us better understand if CWD is present and how it may be spreading in these populations. and it should provide us with new data to assist in determining how best to slow this spread and the amount of disease in the area. Also, as you can see on this map, we still have a hotspot in Slate Creek, and we have a growing number of positives moving north. Prevalence estimates for white-tailed deer in Unit 14 are less than 4%, but are higher than the 2% that we wanted to keep it at. We will be working with hunters and landowners to identify more opportunities to lower the amount of disease in this population. So at our last commission meeting, we provided an update related to new positive detections in domestic service facilities in units 64 and 69. As a reminder, Idaho State Department of Agriculture manages the domestic service facilities. Fish and Game is responsible for monitoring and protecting the wild populations adjacent or around these facilities. CWD surveillance in these surrounding GMUs shows that Fish and Game needs more samples to effectively monitor wild deer populations near these facilities. These maps provide a better visual understanding, and the numbers to the right are the numbers of voluntary samples collected in those units over the last 4 years and the numbers collected in the past hunting season. As you can see in GMU 64, we do not have a lot of hunter samples. And in 69, we have more hunts and slightly higher numbers, but what we would like to see is significantly higher numbers before we can make a determination of whether or not we're free from disease in those areas or if we actually have CWD there. And I know that this was brought up in public testimony last night. This is something that we did in Game Management Unit 23 when we had a positive there. We sampled around those units intensively for several years. And as you will see here today, we are going to make some recommendations to do some modifications. So based on what I've presented today, the questions I would like to ask are, where can we adaptively provide relief for our sportsmen and women while maintaining our goal of providing dynamically and adaptive management to minimize the amount and spread of CWD? So as you see on this sheet, our recommendations that I'll get into in the next slide are to actually provide some relief in certain areas and increase testing in others. So our staff recommendations include continuing our mandatory sampling in the blue game management units on the map, which include all the CWD management zones, and removal of mandatory sampling in the red hashed areas or the game management units 24 and 32A, and return those to voluntary sampling. So we're not stopping sampling. We're just returning to a voluntary sampling. Mandatory sampling was added to 24 and 32A years ago because we detected a positive in 23 and increased surveillance to determine if disease had spread and at what levels. This adaptive change will allow us to provide some relief, as I said earlier, in the surveillance area. And we're also requesting we're also going to request the addition of mandatory sampling in game units 64 and 69 in the green hash marks to enhance our CWD surveillance to be able to adequately detect CWD in those wild populations adjacent to the domestic service facilities where we need greater surveillance numbers. As I said, this is very similar to what we have already done in 23. So I have provided a suggested motion and will stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Davies.
Tricia, great presentation. My question is regarding the removal of the mandatory testing in 24 and 32A, 23, whatever the numbers were, the game number unit. Does that lift the requirement of leaving the carcass and everything in that location, or would that still be the recommendation to leave the carcass there?
Chairman, Commissioner Davies, under mandatory sampling at this point in time, they are not required to leave the carcass. That is if they are hunting in a CWD management zone. So right now our CWD management zones are in Game Management Unit 1 east of the Selkirk Crest, Game Management Unit 14 and 18.
Okay, great.
And so those other areas, they will not have those restrictions. They're just required to submit a sample within 10 days of harvest.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, so
Commissioner Ebert?
I think I understand, but Game Management Unit 64 and 69, there's some detection on game farms. Have we had detections in the wild populations outside of that?
Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, we have not.
Thank
So we've had, in those red stars, we've had multiple detections on game farms in those areas. And because of the amount of white-tailed deer in those areas, and mule deer, and the fact that we have lower sampling numbers in those units, we're recommending to increase the sampling through mandatory sampling for this year and potentially a couple years so that we can have a high enough confidence that we are either free of disease in those areas or that we detect it and have an idea of where it's at.
Okay, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, so why not include 63A in the mandatory sampling?
Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, oops, I'm going the wrong way. So 63A is already included in there. 63A is part of the mandatory sampling that you all decided last year. So it'll be 63A, 64, and 69.
We got it now.
Okay, any further comments? Questions? Motions? Commissioner Roach?
Yes, I move the commission remove mandatory CWD testing sampling requirements for mule deer and white-tailed deer harvested in game management units 24 and 32A and add mandatory CWD sampling requirements for mule deer and white-tailed deer harvested from GMUs 64 and 69 within 10 days of harvest, starting with the 2026 hunting season.
Did that include the third unit?
It's already in there.
Oh, it's already in that. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Commissioner Davies. Any further questions, comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Chris, you have your action.
Thank you.
Moving on to our 5-day waiting period to buy capped elk zones, Tara and John, or Tara?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. This morning, I'll be providing some background information on our current 5-day waiting period rule for capped elk zones, as well as showing you some very quick data related to this rule that we've seen over the last few years. So the 5-day waiting period rule requires any person that applied for an elk controlled hunt to wait 5 days after the opening sale day of capped elk zone tags to try to purchase one of those cap tags. Meaning hunters that do not apply for an elk controlled hunt application can purchase those tags immediately when they become available for sale. And folks that do apply for an elk controlled hunt application do have to wait 5 days from that opening tag sale day. This rule went through the rulemaking process in 2019 and was implemented for the 2020 season with the intent of helping manage the high demand for cap tags and the congestion that occurred the day that the tags went on sale, which caused long lines, licensing system issues, and frustrated hunters. Additionally, draw odds for controlled hunts could be, lost my place. Draw odds for controlled hunts could benefit from the rule since elk hunters could choose to not apply for a controlled hunt to increase their chances of securing a cap tag during that initial sale. In 2021, a review of those controlled hunt applications and the speed in which cap tags sold out in 2020 did show that there was a small decrease in controlled hunt applications and some extended sellout times for some capped elk zones. However, as I'll show you in the next few slides, that trend does not continue, likely due to the ever-increasing demand for elk hunting opportunities in the state. Well, apologize in advance here. The next few slides are very graph heavy, but I think they'll help visualize what's been happening with with all elk tags over the last few years. Here you'll see the number of resident elk controlled hunt applications that have been submitted. That's the top blue line, as well as the total number of available tags within those controlled hunts, the bottom orange line. The star in 2020 represents the year that the 5-day waiting period rule went into effect, and you'll see that across the rest of the graphs in the presentation as well. Starting in 2019, the year before the waiting period rule went into effect, we were sitting around 32,000 resident elk controlled hunt applications submitted for roughly 4,000 available tags. We see that in 2021, there was a small dip in the number of applications submitted, going from 32,152 to 30,795 applications for just about the same number of available tags. However, I'll point out that a small decrease in 2021 is actually pretty universal across all of our license and tag sale data, as many of those hunters that went out in the 2020 pandemic, excuse me, it's been a while since I said that word, thankfully, opted to not come back in 2021. And then you'll see a pretty steady increase in the number of applications submitted between 2022 and 2025. So this graph shows the average number of days it took to sell out for all capped elk zone tags. In 2019 and 2020, it took on average 31 days for all tags to sell out. And you'll see that the average time decreases, meaning they sell out faster, with 2025 having an average of 13 days to sell out of all capped elk zone tags. I will say though that each capped tag zone has its own story to tell. For example, I've added the sellout days for Sawtooth B. And if you think maybe I've missed a slide, that's only because those sell out in less than a day, usually in less than an hour. So that line's actually hugging the very bottom of the graph at 0 days on average to sell out. A very different trend that you'll see with Selway B, for example, in the orange line at the top. It was literally off the charts in 2019, taking over 100 days to sell out, came down in 2020 to 66, and then bounced from 71, 70, 59, down to 42 days in 2024, but then popped back up to 64 days in 2025. And there are many variations of this, and again, I apologize for what you're about to look at, but I'll show this very quickly just to say that each capped elk zone has its own trend over time. And so I know it's tough to look at and digest, but I think the story here is they're all a little bit different, but on average, most capped elk zones are selling out much quicker than they have in the past. So really the key points that we can get from all of that kind of ugly data are that controlled hunt applications are increasing in quantity, and that sellout times for capped elk zones are decreasing, meaning they sell out faster. And based on that, if we remove the 5-day waiting period rule, it would likely exacerbate both of those scenarios, allowing for even more controlled hunt applications to be submitted, which would impact drawing odds, and allowing even more people to compete for the limited number of capped elk zone tags that are already in high demand and selling quickly, which would likely lead to many more frustrated hunters. So, Mr. Chairman, staff does not recommend making changes to the 5-day waiting period rule for 2026, given we believe this would increase frustration related to draw odds and the high demand for the cap tag sale. However, you do have two options before you, the first being to not change the rule, which requires no action, and the second being a motion to eliminate the waiting period, which would allow elk controlled hunt applicants to also purchase capped elk zone tags the first day they become available for sale. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Okay, Mr. Surratt.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I do have some questions and concerns about this. First of all, I think it's important as a commission and department to look at our rules and make sure that they are achieving what we want and essentially achieving what we want. So I appreciate whoever brought this to the table to have the open discussion about it. I think that's awesome. I think it's important that we look at those rules. I'll be blunt. I would love my cake and eat it too. I'd love to be able to put in for the draw and also for the archery. It's no secret I hunt Diamond Creek. I was born and raised in Bear Lake. I've hunted Diamond Creek since my whole life. And so as I've talked to some constituents back there, they all agree that the 5-day wait period for Diamond Creek is what needed to be done. And so I would like to see no change. And as I dove into the Diamond Creek stats, I actually did my own college dropout research. Bless your heart. It's not going to get a peer review, I promise. However, I found that the demand for there's 2 bull hunts in that Diamond Creek, and the draw odds are less than 20% in both of those hunts. And the tags sell out they sell out that day, a couple hours, I think, before they sell out. So the demands there is awesome. I'm not sure this is an issue that is statewide. Maybe if the 5-day period is something we want to address zone by zone, maybe that's the thing to do. But in Diamond Creek, it is awesome to alleviate the demand. So at this point in time, I would like to see the 5-day wait period stay. But maybe when the big game season settings come around, we look in the regions and make sure that the 5-day wait periods have an effect we need in those zones. And if there's less demand, maybe remove them from some of those zones.
Any other comments, questions? Commissioner Ebert.
I hear what everyone was saying. I actually requested this be put on the agenda. And after starting to drill down and look at it, I realized that, we did this for a reason. And certainly it did make a difference as intended to increase the draw odds and take some of the pressure off of the cap zone. The question for me, though, remains, however, is it worth it? Is the benefit we realized from doing this, is it really worth the consternation that it causes for people who put in for a controlled hunt, don't draw, and then do not have the opportunity basically to be first in line for some of these capped elk zones? So I've wrestled back and forth with it. And honestly, where I landed was, I want to rely on the wisdom of the commission. I think Jordan said it perfectly. It's incumbent upon us to review and see if this is appropriate. So very interested in how this is going to come out, but I will support to eliminate the 5-day waiting period.
Commissioner Davies.
Did you make a motion?
No,
Okay, I'll go ahead and take my turn on the discussion. I'm in favor of no change as well. I think that the graphs that Tara showed show that while it's giving some relief, just the increase in the amount of want for these tags is going to continue. And so I think there is at least some relief coming from it. The gentleman that brought up this topic yesterday in the public hearing also brought up the application fee issue. And while I'm not going to support the change in the 5-day waiting period, I do support the fact that he brought up the fact that residents are paying a application fee and non-residents aren't. So I'm hoping we'll look at doing that in the future. Thank you.
Director.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify. So residents and non-residents for controlled hunts both they both are subject to an application fee. So non-residents the commission waived the application fee for the non-resident draw, not to be confused with a controlled hunt. So it's a little bit of a technicality, but residents don't have to do the draw, so they're not paying a fee. So just to make sure that we're all on the same page when we talk about fees and who's paying what. Does that, Commissioner Davies,
Yes,
does that make sense?
it does. Yeah, I stand corrected yet again today. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Charette.
Just to make that crystal clear too, the non-resident draw is for general tags that were previously sold over the counter. It's not controlled hunts. So yeah, there's no application fee for residents on general hunts. Just to reiterate it and the college dropout skill set.
Further comments, input? Motions?
I'll go ahead and throw it out then. I would move the commission eliminate the waiting period for eligibility to buy a resident capped elk zone tag for any person who applies for a controlled elk hunt in the same calendar year for the 2026 hunting season.
Is there a second? Seeing none. Motion goes away for lack of a second. Any more originality on motions here?
I don't have another motion. I just want to say I appreciate, again, this issue coming up, but let's maybe look at it region by region during the big game season setting and how that's effective. I'm not saying it's not the thing to do in certain areas, but in certain areas, it's definitely the thing to do.
Hey, it looks like, unless there's more comment.
Well, I appreciate the commission and, you know, this is, I don't think it's healthy for us to have a unanimous vote every time. And I do appreciate it weighed on me and I appreciate the wisdom of the commission and I will respect that.
Okay, our action is no action. Thank you. Legislative update, which is Hillary.
Pop it so bad. Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I almost said committee out of habit, so apologies. This is Ellery Tucker Williams, Legislative and Community Engagement Coordinator for the Idaho Department of Fish and Game. I was hoping that I wouldn't have a whole lot to talk about at this point in the year, but there's still tons to talk about. So as we do with our weekly legislative phone calls, I am going to run through updates on our bill tracker. And then I will go through a hopefully final bill analyses of the session and stand for any questions. So with that, Mr. Chairman, instead of running through all 20 plus pieces of legislation on this tracker, I'm just going to highlight the ones that have changed since our last conversation. So starting on the first page, House Bill 630, which is airborne shooting of coyotes and wolves, that has passed Senate committee and is currently on third reading for the Senate floor. If it passes the Senate floor, then it is on to the governor's desk.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just interrupt for a second, there are probably a lot of people that are watching, listening, that this may be the first time they've heard of that one and it might catch their attention. So Ellery, can you just very briefly explain what this does in terms of moving something from rule to statute?
Yep, happy to do so, Director. So essentially, this piece of legislation is moving current rule in Department of Ag related to control of wolves and coyotes from rule into statute. Perfect. So moving on to House Bill 652, which would make hunting the state sport of Idaho. I'm happy to say that that was signed by the governor, and so hunting is now officially the state sport of Idaho, and we are the only state in the nation, to the best of my knowledge, with hunting as the state sport. The other state that comes close is Missouri, and their state sport is archery. So we are the first. Moving on down to House Bill 678, which is wolf trap check with transmitting cameras. That bill did start in the House and it made it all the way through the Senate and is on its way to the governor's desk. I will say that it was amended on the Senate floor to remove the language in it that provided rule authority to the commission. So that is an unfortunate removal of language, but in reviewing the language remaining, we think that we're still covered, but we will see. Moving on down to House Bill 855, which is lifetime hunt and fish licensing for residents. That bill has moved through both the House and Senate committee and is on the floor for the Senate. And that bill is essentially increasing the residency requirement for a lifetime hunting or fishing license to 5 years as opposed to 6 months. And then I'll talk about House Bill 939 after I run through all the other ones because that's our new one. Okay. Moving on down to Senate bills. We have Senate Bill 1300, which is the bill to make the directors of Fish and Game, Department of Transportation, and Parks and Rec appointed by the governor as opposed to by the respective boards or commissions. That bill has made its way through the entire process and is on its way to the governor's desk. Senate Bill 1326 as amended, which is the property rights protection bill, which would essentially require all government entities, all state government entities to have a warrant, exigent circumstances, or permission to enter private property. There are a list of exemptions in that bill for various things. But just as a reminder what that bill is, That has proceeded through the entire process and is now on its way to the governor's desk. Senate Bill 1348 as amended, which is the Public Outdoor Target Range Bill, which is the bill to direct Fish and Game to expand its operations at Farragut, our Farragut shooting range. And that has passed the House, or excuse me, has passed the Senate, passed House committee, and is currently on third reading for the House floor. And if it passes that, it will head to the governor's desk. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for any questions on updates on bills before I run through House Bill 939 hunting technology.
Don't see any questions right now.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So House Bill 939 hunting tech by Representative Petsy Amber referred to this earlier in the meeting today. As a reminder, our hunting technology specific rules in Chapter 8 were struck, and they were struck after the passage of this piece of legislation out of committee. So House Bill 939 essentially takes our advanced hunting technology rule language that was struck, puts it into code. So again, that's specific restrictions to thermals, night vision, transmitting trail cameras, and drones from August 30th to December 31st. It expands it a little bit by saying all big game animals and game birds. So it expands from what the rule language said. However, it does provide for several exemptions to those restrictions. So exemptions to those restrictions include for wolves, mountain lions, predatory wildlife as defined in code, monitoring, preventing, or controlling damage to livestock, domestic animals, or crops, retrieving wounded game animals or game birds, monitoring buildings or personal properties to deter theft, and monitoring traps. So again, it essentially takes what our current rule language, or excuse me, what our proposed rule language was that was stricken in the rule package, expands it a little bit to include big game and game birds in that time frame of August 30th to December 31st, but then it provides a bunch of exceptions, which I just ran through. So from a impact to the department perspective, as with anything, when there are exceptions, it causes enforcement challenges. That will be definitely something that our enforcement folks will have to figure out moving forward, but it does essentially do what we were trying to accomplish with the rule. And so fiscal impact is expected to be minimal to the department. It was introduced and passed through the House already. It is being referred to committee in the Senate, hopefully this morning. And so they will then be hopefully hearing it in Senate committee and moving it to the floor. But that is where it's at in the process. It has already gone through the House, and we are waiting to see what happens in the Senate. Because this commission meeting had already started, we were unable to change the agenda item from no action agenda item to an action agenda item. So unfortunately, because of that, the commission is not in a position to take a position on this just because of where the timing was at when things kind of happened. So this is just an update for you on what has happened, where it's at, what it does. And I will happily stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Quick question. I think I probably missed it during when Amber was speaking, but so the rules have passed, and that means the open-sighted rifle season that was asked has passed both the House and the Senate at this time.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to point that out and give a shout out to that Southeast Idaho Mule Deer Working Group. They had a good idea, I believe, on open-sighted rifle season, and I just wanted to give them a shout out and point out that their fruits had come to fruition of their labors, because so far it's passed, and I don't see any reason why it won't for the rest of the way. So I just wanted to point that out because I know that was a big deal to that Southeast Idaho Mule Deer Working Group, and I think that's awesome that they get to see the process work.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, it has passed the House committee. The rule package is on the agenda for the House floor, so it still has one more step to go through, and then they have to concur between the two bodies, but yes.
Okay. I just had a comment. This has been a extremely active session, and I think that Hillary needs to be recognized along with Tara and Amber and the director. This has been extremely challenging year, but we came out of it, and I thank you for a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Tara's back up with non-resident deer tag draw update.
Hey, hello again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Here this morning to provide some final updates on the new non-resident general season deer and elk tag draw, which successfully concluded last Friday, March 20th. As a reminder, there were 2 application periods where non-residents could apply for these tags. I provided an overview of that first application period back in January. So we'll be looking at second application period details here, as well as just some final overall information. In the second application period, we had 2,600 completely new applicants that had not applied for any tags in the first application period. We had 22,000 applicants submit over 16,000 applications. There were no new Disabled American Veteran or DAV tags in this application period because those only had 1 application period to allow for an extended claim window through the final deadline of March 20th. So here are our final numbers on total applications and applicants. Looking at 81,000 applicants that submitted over 57,000 applications, including group applications, in both the first and second draw. And all of that kind of shuffled out to over 42,000 unique hunters that applied across the entire draw process, which is right in line with the number that we had estimated might apply based on our previous over-the-counter sale information. Notably, all available tags were issued in both application periods, meaning any leftover or unsold tags were just those that weren't purchased by the deadline. And based on the total number of applicants and the total number of tags purchased, things are looking really positive from a fiscal perspective. And that's because we've sold 97.5% of all available tags, which is really good news. Any of those tags that weren't sold by that March 20th deadline last Friday will then be available in our over-the-counter sales scheduled in late April. And so even though this year's draw is only 5 days in our rearview mirror, I did want to touch on a few items that might come up for future consideration. As you might recall, the temporary rule that was put into place to issue these tags for the 2026 season did explicitly state that there would be no application fee for the 2026 applications. Taking no action today, current rule would then require that any application submitted for the 2027 season and beyond would require the traditional non-resident $18 application fee for any application submitted. Noting, however, you could pursue a discount order if for some reason we decided that that wasn't the right time to issue this additional application fee, but I'll touch on that as we get to the end of this presentation. To put some context around what those application fees might mean, if we had the same number of applicants in future years as we did for this year and charged all of them that $18 fee, we'd see a new revenue increase of about $1 million. However, I think it's important to note that while $18 doesn't seem like a large number, it is about a 10% increase to the total number of dollars that a non-resident would have to spend just to participate in the draw. Additionally, a customer would have to pay 2 separate transaction fees in this model. The transaction fee that would be associated when buying their required hunting license, and then the transaction fee associated with buying the $18 application. That's because you can't buy a license and an application in the same transaction in the way our current system is built. One other consideration as we talk through application fees is just that we can't guarantee the number of applicants year over year. Some years could be very high and others could be low. So again, just a consideration to contemplate as we decide if an application fee makes sense. Moving on to automatic payments or auto charging when a hunter is successfully drawn for a tag. This was a pretty heavy topic of discussion during the non-resident tag issuance advisory group, but was not implemented for this first year of the draw so that we could ensure we understood overall demand for these tags. And based on what we saw this year, I think demand remains high, and auto charging might not be necessary if we're looking at it from a fiscal sustainability standpoint. Using the number of tags that we had available for sale this year, and assuming every tag was drawn in the first application period and we auto charged, we would have collected $10.6 million under that model. Without using that auto charging model, we've actually already collected $10.4 million, with the added benefit of seeing over 2,600 new licensed buyers in the second application period, or about 446,000 additional licensed dollars. And those licensed buyers that we saw come through the second application period are also welcome to buy additional mountain lion, bear tags, other licenses and permits throughout the year as well. And as we've discussed during the last year that this draw process has been coming to fruition, we've talked about the idea of panic buying, which is what we assumed many hunters were doing during the very fast-paced, high-volume sales in December, which is essentially buying whatever tag was left on the shelf by the time that they got their place in line, regardless of their desire to hunt in that unit or zone. And the likelihood of this happening in prior sales is pretty evident in the amount of tags that non-residents have returned for refund in the past years between December and March, and what they've returned for refund in this prior year. In years past, we've seen anywhere from 100 to 300 non-resident deer elk tags come back between December and March. And this year, about 20. So my assumption is that hunters are no longer panic buying their tags, but instead doing the research for the seasons and rules of the tag that they drew. And then if it's not their ideal tag, they're opting not to buy that. And so those tags coming back and allowing for a second application period, again, brought us those new 2,600 licensed buyers, and there were substantially less refund dollars going back to non-residents. That's all to say requiring auto charging might not be a huge benefit for hunters or the department, since we're seeing very positive fiscal impacts from the draw, in this model. And it's important to note that this is a pretty big customer service impact should we go that route, and it'll be a pretty big lift for our staff. Cards of any variety can be declined for a number of reasons, like lack of funds, a canceled or expired card, or a bank flagging a transaction as suspicious or fraudulent because it's an uncommon transaction for the card. And all of these are scenarios that Fish and Game staff wouldn't have any ability to help with or rectify after an auto charge situation happened. And that creates pretty uncomfortable conversations with a hunter that successfully drew a tag, but then had to forfeit that tag because their card declined or they had an expiration date that had passed and they forgot to update their card information. So just something to consider in that model. That would be a new burden for our customer service staff to kind of work through. Finally, moving into our disabled American veteran or DAV hunters. Due to the complex nature of how DAV tags impact capped elk zones, we opted to not include capped elk zones in the DAV draw this year. DAV hunters that wanted to apply for an capped elk zone absolutely could do so. They just had to do it through the kind of regular non-resident draw process. And regardless of the fact that capped elk zones were only available in that regular non-resident draw process, we saw over 2,200 DAV hunters apply for those capped elk zones and willing to pay the full non-resident fee for those tags. They also had more opportunity than other non-residents to apply for a tag because they were eligible to apply in both the DAV draw and the regular non-resident draw, meaning they could submit 4 applications rather than 2 that most non-residents could submit. Non-resident DAV hunters also maintain their many benefits, including a heavily discounted hunting license and discounts on all other tags and permits that they purchase throughout the year. Attempting to move DAV cap tags into the DAV draw would likely be a significant lift for Fish and Game as well as our licensing vendor. And similar to auto charging, actually, this would take away resources to implement future improvements that we have planned for the licensing system this year. So, Mr. Chairman, our plan at this point for the 2027 season draw is to proceed mostly as we did with 2026. So no auto charging and no changes for our DV hunters, but we would include the $18 application fee as rule states. However, if you would prefer to waive that application fee or would like to have additional discussion or direction on these other draw options, we'd be happy to bring those back for the May Commission meeting for your consideration. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Commissioner Ebert.
Could you refresh, I know you just talked about it, but could you talk just briefly about how many applicants for how many products and how many available? I mean, what I'm hearing you say is there was high demand, which was a concern about the application fee. We didn't know what the true demand was going to be. Now we know, and it sounds like there's very robust demand. Is that how you would see it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, yes, I'd say demand is high and healthy. I definitely wasn't particularly optimistic that we'd see that high demand, but I would say my expectations are exceeded on that. From a numbers perspective, we had way more applicants than tags available. Like I mentioned, every tag was issued in both the first and the second drawing. So I think demand is quite healthy.
And Mr. Chairman, yeah, thanks. I completely concur with that. It's a good question. I think we need to be very thoughtful as we go forward. The demand, everything worked. I couldn't be happier with how the sale went this year. The fact that we had all of our tags successfully drawn in the first drawing, with people mostly getting the first or second choice, but then the whole suite of tags applied for and then awarded. And then the same thing happened in the second drawing. We had tags in essentially every hunt. So all that was really good. Demand is very strong. And gas was about $2.80 when all this went down. So I expect that demand will stay strong, but we also do need to recognize that it is a dynamic world, and we have 40-some thousand people that went through the experience, and they're all processing that and coming to their own assessment of whether that was money well spent and whether they do that again. I'm optimistic, and we had a fair bit of internal discussion about the need for waiving the application fee. As Tara said, essentially, if you do not issue another discount order, it would amount to about a 10% increase in the cost of going through this whole process for non-residents. I think the market will bear that out. None of us knows with 100% certainty if that's the case or not. So just for context.
Yeah.
Commissioner Davies.
Mr. Chairman, Tara, could you send this presentation to us in email forms? You went through a lot of numbers there, and it'd be nice to be able to look at them a little less quickly.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, yes, absolutely.
Commissioner Roach.
As part of that request, I'd be interested in the surrounding states on their deal about application fees, so we can see if we're where we are in relation to others, and just if there's some kind of deterrent or something like that.
Commissioner Charette.
I don't even have to put my light on anymore. You always call on me before. Anyways, if I understand, 97.5% of all non-resident tags are sold. So there's 2.5% left. Of those 2.5%, they go on sale in, when did you say, in April?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, April 23rd.
Do residents have a chance to buy those tags at that time?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, not at that time. They're still flavored as just a non-resident tag. The opportunity for second tags for residents is in August, after August 1st.
And is that rulemaking? Why do we wait till August for that to happen?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that is currently rule language. There's some outfitter tag conversation blended into the opportunity for second tags as well. And some of those deadlines play into the August timeline as well, but I'll say that is current rule language.
So I've had a few residents approach me about being able to put in for the second draw on the non-resident draw tags, and assuming it's rule that prevents that from happening where it's the second time. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that's correct.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I think, again, I know I'm a broken record. I was scared to death of this. You did awesome. Very well pleased. So you did an awesome job.
Thank you so much.
So Tara, I have a question. I think I heard you say that if we wanted to look at application fees, you'd be happy to make a presentation in May. So are you looking for a head nod in that, or are you going to do that in May?
Mr. Chairman, at your direction, I'd be happy to, or any of these other options that we kind of talked to about future implementation. If I don't do a presentation, assuming you then wouldn't want a discount order, we'd be moving forward with the $18 application fee.
We will move forward with it.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, yeah. No, I'm okay. Any other questions, comments? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, Commissioner Roach, I just want to make sure I understand your request for surrounding states. It's not 100% apples to apples to compare, so we'll get some data for you, but just want to make sure I understand what you're asking for, and maybe we can touch base.
No, not any detail whatsoever, just a general understanding of what could we be moving people? I don't think we will to other states because of this application. It's minimal. So I just wanted to see what the other states did.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thanks for the clarification. I think we can get that for you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roach. Yeah, thanks. So I guess just so we know, is this something that you would like in a presentation in May, or would you just like us to round that up information up and share it with you? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think at this time we'll take a 15-minute break. Be back here at 10:15. Commissioner Murphy? Thank you. I thought it was your eyes, not ears. We'll call our meeting back to order. I'm going to jump ahead on the schedule to item number 11, deer and elk updates with Toby.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. My name is Toby Boudreau, and I'm the statewide deer elk coordinator. Today, we're going to be doing the annual deer and elk status update and overview for you. Hitting the right button. Oh, gosh, I thought I took that part out. The first thing I wanted to talk about is annual harvest data season, data timing. It's been a question that's come up before, and I just wanted to sort of do a quick overview of how this all comes together. Obviously, there are a lot of staff involved, but as we know, most seasons end about mid-November, and email reminders begin to go out on the 10th of November. Now, for everybody in the database that doesn't have an email address, we also send out postcards. So trying not to leave anybody behind, and we also add social media posts to remind hunters to report. By December, telephone surveys begin, and they go through January. And just to remind commissioners that we do not do telephone surveys. We have an independent company that does that for us. It's contracted on an annual basis. And then a secondary postcard goes out in early January to remind people who still haven't reported. By the end of January, staff take the data that we have received so far from the telephone surveys and from normal reporting, and run the model estimates as of the data that we collect by the 31st of January. Those estimates are then available mid-February to staff. One of the first things staff do, obviously, is to go back through and verify some of the data from their region to make sure that they make sense. And then after that, they are released to the public. So anyways, I just wanted to go through that real quickly. Does anybody have any questions on that before I move on?
Mr. Chairman, when do the harvest reports go on the website? You said mid-February they're available, but when do they go on the website?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, I think that's variable. I don't know the exact date that actually happens. Perhaps somebody in the audience does know that, but I don't know the exact date. I just know that they're available to staff about mid-February.
Mr. Chairman, Toby, what is the compliance rate? I mean, as far as all these reminders and stuff go out, are we in the high 90s as far as the compliance rate on reporting, the mandatory reporting?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, we are not in the high 90s for mandatory harvest reporting, but I can tell you that the work that the marketing group has done in communications has actually increased our reporting rate, I believe, several percentage points over the last several years. So it is actually going up. It was as low as 60%, and I believe it's up over 70% now. So it's getting better, and part of that is I think they're doing a great job of communicating with hunters how important that harvest information is to report, and it is getting better, but it is not indeed in the high 90s. All right, moving on. Whitetail deer, very important to the state, mostly in North Idaho, but throughout the state there seems to be whitetails lurking in some places they probably even shouldn't be. These are the data analysis units that we manage whitetails on. And one thing I'd like to point out is the tan area does stretch into 3 different areas in the state. And those data analysis units are all about similar habitats. They're not about necessarily a geography, but they are all about similar habitats. So, the northern forest, the central forest, northern ag, those are all definitely habitat types that we found that managing whitetails based on that works the best. And those were set up in 2019 with the with a new version of the whitetail plan. Moving on, we manage whitetails primarily from hunter participation and harvest data. And this is the 2025 information. It's a very noisy table, and I would like to point out that, looking at northern forest, for example, we have on the left-hand side, the game management units, and then the number of hunters, and the number of hunters, minimum goal, those are set in the whitetail plan. And then you can see that the minimum goal is 17,000. The 3-year average is almost 20,000 hunters. The next is 100 days of recreation. We have a minimum goal of 130, almost 131,000, and we're up over 156,000 for a 3-year average. Buck harvest, very important to whitetail management, and the minimum goal for the northern forest is 4,800, and our 3-year average is 5,100. And then percent 5 points, which represent sort of the mature class of whitetails in a harvest. The minimum goal for the northern forest is 17%, and the 3-year average is at 18. I would like to point out the 3 red numbers. The northern ag, we are below the 3-year average, or below the goal on the 3-year average for the number of hunters. And in the southern Idaho zone, we're also below the goal of 700. And then in dryland forest, we are below the 5-point harvest of 10%, 5 points in the harvest. So overall, looking at the comparing 24 data to this new data in 25, things statewide actually are looking up for whitetails. And some commissioners from some areas that have experienced EHD outbreaks think, well, how does that happen? And some of it is because these are large DAUs, sometimes the nuance of an individual unit is sort of smoothed over a little bit. So I would like to point out that places like Unit 8A saw a 23% decline from 2024 to 2025 in harvest. Unit 11 saw a 19% decline from 2024 to 2025. Unit 1 saw a 9% decline. So we do know that there are areas that suffered EHD outbreaks, and they did show some declines in harvest, but overall, the percent 5 points statewide is up. The number of harvested bucks is up, and the number of we're meeting our goals for hunters in 100 days. So,
if I may, Mr. Chairman, so for example, in Unit 8A, that less of a success rate, right? Which is intuitive with the EHD they had. It was bad, right? But it was also less effort too, right? I mean, people know the score.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, yes, sir. Yeah, there is less effort going on, but what was interesting looking in those larger geographic areas is we didn't see a severe decline in the number of hunters. I think they just chose to go to other places, probably within that same habitat type. Moving on to mule deer. These mule deer are also managed by data analysis units, which are different than the whitetail one. They also have a habitat component, but they also have an annual movement component involved in it to some extent. And that's how we end up, that's how we manage most mule deer populations in the state, is those deer all stay within the basic geographic area. However, Unit 38, the Snake River Mule Deer DAU is split up, and that is more by habitat than by movement, but there's a combination of both. And these DAUs were established in 2019 as well. Looking sort of backward at the 24-25 fawn doe survival. So I reported last year how many does and fawn mule deer that we captured. And this year I'm just talking about their overall survival. And fawn survival last year of the 173 mule deer fawns that we captured was 58%, which is just above the long-term average of 57%. And individual DAUs range from 31 to 82% survival. Captured mule deer does, 156, with a total monitoring population of 336 radio marked adult does in 27 units over 10 DAUs. Adult doe survival was 91%, with individual DAU percentage survivals between 83 and 100. Before we move on, I just wanted to say that my best guess on why we had lower fawn survival in 2024-25 was most likely an artifact of the 2022-2023 winter and the lag in body condition that probably produced smaller fawns, which have lower survival overall. And thank goodness, the survival is creeping up, and we're doing better. In 2025-26, we actually captured another 173 fawns in 12 GMUs, and we actually average fawn weights were 78 for females and 81 for males, which actually is 4 pounds heavier for the average female and 3 pounds heavier for males, which is always good. Heavier fawns mean higher levels of survival, greater number of offspring to females, and larger body size and larger antlers for males. So that's a metric that is actually very encouraging. We also captured 54 does and are monitoring a total of 330 across the 25 units in the state. Mule deer surveys for 25-26. We conducted aerial surveys in 9 of the 16 DAUs in December 25 and early January 2026. We had some helicopter scheduling issues that led us to actually doing a little bit in early January, which we try not to do, but I think the data was fine. And in addition to those composition counts, 3 other DAUs are being estimated using cameras. So that data is still pending. 8 of the 9 of the aerial surveyed units, 8 of the 9 DAUs were exceeded the $15 per 100 does, which is the plan minimums. And then fawn doe ratios are doing well between 44 and 90. Which I think 90 is the highest fawn doe ratio I've ever seen measured in my 21 years in Idaho, which is a good sign. Looking at statewide mule deer fawn survival for the last decade, we can see that 2024-25 was just a bit above the average. And in that data, obviously, we did, you can see the 16-17 winter, the 18-19 winter, and the 2022-23 winter, which had lower fawn survival. Looking at the 2025 or 2010 to 2026, actually, survival data of fawns, you can, I'll point out that, the red line 2024-25 came in about middle of the pack, but we are for 25-26 so far in, we're monitoring those fawns out till the end of May. Survival is much higher than it was last year, and we're optimistic about them doing very well, especially due to the very mild winter that we've experienced in most of the state, which increases survival of mule deer fawns. Looking at doe survival, over the last 10 years, we have, there again, pretty high doe survival overall. Last year was a little bit below the average of 92%, but still very, very good. And obviously you can see the 16 or the 2017 and 2023 survival being lower due to the increased severity of the winter. So switching over to harvest on deer, 1975, we split up. This graph is, it's a little complicated because in 1975, we started measuring harvest on whitetail deer and mule deer separately. And you can see that over time, we've had some fluctuations in deer harvest statewide. Seems like deer harvest actually for the last couple of years has been sort of above the long-term lows, but not definitely close to the highs. Mule deer harvest in 2025 was up from the previous year, and whitetail harvest was also up just slightly from the previous year. Looking at winter herd composition and survival of mule deer, this is a very busy table, and I sort of went over it at some level already, but we measure we keep track of the buck-doe fawn ratios, and obviously the 3 pending units are the ones that we're still processing photos from camera estimates. Overall, as I reported earlier, fawn-doe ratio and buck-doe ratios are doing very well. The Owyhee is the one that stands out, one buck per 100 doe below the objective, minimum objective, and 4 points in the harvest are actually doe survival was very good between 91 and or 88 and 100%, and then fawn survival in 25, as I said, was averaged about 58%, and that was not as good as we hoped, but things are looking up, and 4 points actually overall and statewide were up from the previous year. Winter deer surveys. Obviously, the fact we didn't have a winter was a challenge for doing deer surveys. Rough estimates are we had to add about 40%, between 30 and 40% helicopter time to each survey to be able to cover the country, because when we are doing deer surveys, we are looking every place that a deer could be, and without significant snows, obviously deer were in many more places than they usually were. In the Portneuf DAU, our population estimate was 9,947, which is down from the previous estimate of 13,605, which was prior to the 22-23 winter. I think they are They're doing well, but obviously took a hit during the 22-23 winter. The Mountain Valley unit was a new DAU that was established in 2019, and we flew it for the very first time this year, and our estimate was 9,392 deer. We also had in the plans to do the Weiser McCall, and that was not flown due to poor conditions, and the distribution of deer onto terminal winter range was not there. They were still in transition range, and it would have probably led to many, many more hours of flying than we probably had funds to cover. So anyways, that is on the docket for next year, obviously, if we get conditions. Moving on to elk. As you know, elk are managed by elk zones. Those were established in many years ago, in 1999, and they have been altered in 2014 and a little bit in 2024. But those are the life ranges of the elk in that general area, and they tend to move about those areas to some extent. We also have different objectives for each one of those areas, sans the panhandle, which we are working on. As far as elk capture, collared 178 calf elk for survival monitoring and 15 game management units. Yeah, and this was the 2024 data, obviously. Calf survival was 82%, and collared 82 cows, and cow survival was 95%. We also monitor a total of 374 cows in 24-25. This past year, we have captured 151 calf elk in 11 GMUs, covering 8 zones, and captured or monitored or monitoring 200 cow elk in 39 game management units. So this capture and monitoring is all about looking at long-term survival, cause-specific mortality, and helping us develop models so we can estimate elk populations and calculate survival without necessarily doing collaring every single year. Elk zone abundance surveys, not great news as far as conditions. Obviously, Hell's Canyon and Palouse were both canceled due to poor conditions. It's been a while. Beaverhead elk was the one zone that we were able to fly this year. Estimate was 5,477 elk. If you see that it hadn't been flown since 2016, the reason being is that Beaverhead elk are they are an interstate herd, and sometimes a big portion of the Beaverhead herd is actually in Montana. So this year, all the conditions were awesome. We had all of the radio collared elk in the Beaverhead actually in Idaho when we started. So we're pretty confident about that estimate, and it just took a while to get the perfect conditions to make that happen. Incidentally, elk abundance and deer abundance in this sort of changing climate that we're operating in, we are actually getting together sometime this summer to talk about new ways or changing the way that, or potentially some ideas on how we can actually survey and get numbers in places where we are not getting the classic snow conditions for survey. And it might, there could be a myriad of options in that, but moving on to statewide elk harvest. Elk are doing very well in Idaho. Our elk harvest is higher than the 2024 harvest and probably above the long-term average of elk harvest overall. Statewide estimate is about 135,000 elk statewide, which is very good. Looking at annual calf survival, talked about that a little bit already, but calf survival is up for the last few years over the statewide average. And that's always a good sign. And then annual cow survival, there isn't much that kills a cow elk in Idaho, so cow survival is very good at 95%. Here again, the Idaho Elk Management Plan, winter population management objectives and status, very busy table. I guess to start off, I would like to point out that the Panhandle region has two units that we have established objectives for. We are working on the other units. Those objectives are Unit 1 for 6,500 to 9,500 total elk, and then Unit 6 for 9,300 to 11,000 elk. Those were established over the last couple of years during the elk planning process, we established those objectives. We don't yet have an objective for cows and bulls, but we are definitely working on that, and we are moving forward, and that is pending information. The rest of the graph, I just wanted to point out that the red highlighted numbers are areas where our current populations are below objective. And some of them are by very little, like the Palouse zone, 24 elk below our cows on the cow objective. And then the green highlighted areas are zones for cows and bulls where they are above objective. So everything else that's in black is within objective. Overall, elk are doing really good in the state. I mean, obviously there's some standout areas where elk are not doing as well as they could be, which we've discussed with you in the past. There's a lot of factors that affect elk populations, and we continue to monitor those where we can and when we can to manage them the best we are able to. Any questions about this very busy table?
Well, I'd like to make a comment, Toby. On the Panhandle region, we've got two of the units that we've got objectives on now, but I think next will be Unit 4. But we've got a plan that when we complete our 5-year elk plan, that we'll have that completed. This last 5-year elk plan, at least that's the regional manager and my goal, to get those objectives out there. And then the other question or comment I had is on the mule deer in the Panhandle. There isn't any buck doe fawn ratios for the Panhandle. Why?
Mr. Chairman, because we don't fly them, and we have never actually figured out a way to assess composition ratios on mule deer in the Panhandle. Much of that is due to the fact that they are in small, isolated populations in alpine or near alpine areas, and we have never figured out a good way. I know that the two previous research managers tried to collar mule deer to assess their populations better in the Panhandle, and was unable to find enough or get enough deer on the air to make it meaningful. It is definitely a challenge in that part of the world. Thank you for pointing that out. Looking at a graphic representation of where we are and aren't meeting objectives, this is the current map. Obviously, the green are within objective, the yellow or the blue is below objective, and yellow is above objective. So looking at on the left, bull objectives, we are meeting the bull objective in many of our zones, doing very well. Obviously, that Lolo, Selway, Dorshak, Elk City is below objective, and the Sawtooth is below objective, but it's a lot closer to the objective than than the other ones, than the other zones. And then cow objectives, we are meeting objective in many areas, above objective in a few. And some of those below, like the Smoky Bennett, obviously, that was one place that we specifically went in there and tried to reduce the number of cow elk and to some extent. So we're looking forward to the next survey when that population will likely be within objective. My last slide is the mountain snow water equivalent map, and not a rosy picture at this current date. You can see that the Owyhee is at 15% normal moisture. Bruno in Salmon Falls below 50%. The shining star is the Big Lost at 119%. But for the most part, we're definitely down on water equivalents throughout the state, which, obviously, it means it was a great winter for deer to survive. But we have to all remember that mule deer survive, specifically mule deer. The summers are very important to their survival, and enough habitat and enough green forage out there is going to be important for them this year. So we'll all hope that we do get some more moisture or consistent moisture throughout the summer to maintain good habitat in those, better habitat in those areas. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Commissioner Charette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Toby, you've painted a pretty rosy picture this year on survival rates amongst the mule deer. I think when most people attribute survival rates through the winter, it's specifically to winter survival. But there's other reasons those deer do and do not survive. Is that like predation, vehicles, and stuff like that? Is that stuff that's monitored as well?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, we do monitor mortality in the greater sense with radio collars, and we do look obviously at those places from a bigger picture perspective for road mortality. Part of cause-specific mortality monitoring of collared fawns is definitely looking at what, if one dies, what did it? And predation is a big factor on mule deer fawns in many areas. So yeah, it's a complex picture. I mean, there's a lot going on, and of all the species in Idaho, it seems like mule deer are the most sensitive to drastic changes in weather, and that sometimes is exacerbated by predation levels.
Thanks, Toby. I had no doubt you guys were on top of that.
Other questions? Commissioner Ebert?
Would it be possible at some point, I look at the harvest over time, would it be possible, do we have mapped of acres of habitat? I mean, can you match habitat loss on that graph somehow over time?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert. So what we experience a lot is habitat change. Obviously, urban sprawl, people wanting to move into mule deer habitat, that's one sort of thing that we don't necessarily look at, but we see the effects of that at some extent. One of the big things that we do sort of in a roundabout way monitor habitat is with survival. We are also doing body condition in some of our studies, looking at body condition of does, looking at pregnancy rates in does, and those all relate back to habitat. So in a circuitous way, we actually are trying to manage habitat. Now, have we taken the effect of a gigantic fire like the Soda fire or the Murphy fire and relayed that back to mule deer densities? not so much. We do know that, when you have a 750,000 acre burn that goes from sagebrush that was over my head to, the Serengeti Plains, that dynamic has changed for mule deer. And that's a great example. The Murphy fire that happened, I think, 17 years ago, did that just 700,000 acres, was phenomenal mule deer habitat. Are they still mule deer there? Absolutely. Are they at the numbers that they were prior to that fire? Probably not. Is it great elk habitat? Absolutely. And Nevada even comes over into Idaho to count their elk in part of that area. So yeah, those long-term changes and the effects of habitat are definitely noticed in the harvest information. But as far as putting a number of like our survival over time with habitat changes, we have not done that so far.
And I appreciate the fire and changes in habitat and quality, but what I was thinking mostly is population of humans, more and more and more. Anyway, I see, over time, because we harvested this many 25 years ago and this many now, well, there's less places for them to be, for one thing, right? Just interesting to me if we could ever correlate.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ebert, in 17, 18 years ago, when I was the Mule Deer Initiative Coordinator in Southeast Idaho, I actually tried to do the analysis of the effect of building along the west side of the Bear Lake and looked at, because 40 years ago, mule deer populations, mule deer from Unit 78 would actually migrate along that area, and a big portion of them actually wintered in Utah. They no longer do that to any great extent. What we were able to ask, obviously there's been other studies that look at the density of homes. There was a study in Montana that found that if there was more than one home per square mile, that mule deer densities went down. We do know from activities out in energy exploration activities that the more buildings, the more roads, that deer populations do go down. So we have looked at it in many areas, but putting an absolute number on it, I think is difficult in many ways and challenging.
Toby, it's nice to know that our elk numbers are up, and we are up to 135,000, I think you said, approximately, in Idaho. But where they're at is different over time too. I was raised in North Idaho, and I think harvest data and survey data, when we had clear cuts, we had fires where we could fly the area, which it's grown up, has tremendously kind of pushed the populations of where our elk are farther south and onto private lands rather than public lands. Is that a fair assessment? Because of lack of habitat, logging, clear cuts, controlling fires. I mean, the 1910 fire was one of the best things that ever happened for elk populations in northern Idaho.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's definitely accurate that elk population distribution has changed over time. As David Dressel gave that excellent presentation to you on the history of elk, obviously some of the elk movement and elk expansion in Idaho was due to our own hands. We moved elk and put them in places that they had never been before. And obviously, the places that you grew up with lots of elk, definitely, those habitats have changed. And, a climax conifer forest has no understory for anything to eat anything. And it makes it very difficult. And, one of the things that research is now working on, or going to start a research project and looking at the effect of forest management on elk habitat in North Idaho, and look at how the effect of post logging management goes in regard. At least one of the questions is going to be looking at some of the chemicals that are used on private timber lands to suppress brush communities, which we know that the fires of 1910 and the reburn in the 1930s created these gigantic brush fields which were the best of times for elk. And now, you know, they have to pack a lunch into a lot of that country.
Yeah. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have time for our migratory game bird season setting preview. Jeff?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Just wait for a second here to get things loaded up. I will be giving a briefing today on the migratory game bird season setting process that we're gearing up for the April 9th Commission call. So I will be giving a brief overview. It's going to include just migratory game bird management in general, which includes adaptive harvest management. The frameworks that we use, the federal frameworks primarily for setting migratory game bird seasons, the decision space we have, how we use zones and splits to distribute hunting on the landscape in Idaho, how we use hunter in opinion surveys to guide our season setting process. I'm also going to review commission actions from the last couple of years to just revisit those actions so that we can identify how to move forward. And then lastly, I'm going to go through the proposals that we scoped for the 26-27 seasons. So when it comes to migratory game bird seasons, we always start with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. This implements 4 international conservation treaties that the United States entered with Canada in 1916, Mexico in 1936, Japan in 1972, and Russia in 1976. It provides the authority to the Secretary of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, or rather the Secretary of the Interior, to determine when hunting can take place within the United States. The Fish and Wildlife Service is the lead federal agency for migratory game bird management and conservation in the United States. However, because migratory birds really don't pay attention to political boundaries very well, migratory bird management is a cooperative effort between federal and state agencies, and the Idaho Department of Fish and Game participates in this process through the Pacific Flyway Council. So I'm going to touch on adaptive harvest management a little bit. This was implemented in 1995 specifically to set annual duck hunting regulations within the United States. This is an approach that provides a framework for making objective decisions on an annual basis, and it identifies the optimal regulatory alternative every year. This uses duck habitat and population status, and it uses the data that was observed in the previous year. So for example, the decisions that we'll be talking about in early April are going to be decisions that were made with biological data that was collected in 2025. There are special harvest strategies that are used for less common ducks, so for canvasbacks, northern pintail, and scaup, and a similar approach is used for mourning doves and white-winged doves. When it comes to goose and crane populations, those regulations are driven by flyway management plans. So now I'll talk just a little bit about the 3 regulatory alternatives for each flyway. Each flyway does have each of these 3 alternatives. Technically, there's a 4th option because the season could be closed. Haven't been there in a long time, but there technically would be a 4th option. But you can see that the restrictive option within the Pacific Flyway would be a 60-day season. And that framework would go from the Saturday nearest October 1st to January 31st. This would be a 4-bird bag limit with 3 mallards, 1 hen mallard in that bag. A moderate regulatory alternative, this would be an 86-day season. Saturday nearest September 24th through January 31st. You could choose 86 days during that time period. 7-bird bag, 5 mallards, 2 hen mallards. And then the liberal package. We've been in this package since 1995, or I think 95, 97. 107-day season, Saturday nearest September 24th through January 31st. 7-bird daily bag limit, which includes 7 mallards, 2 of which can be hen mallards. I think it's important to note that the Pacific Flyway does have the longest season alternative of any of the 4 flyways. If you were in the Atlantic Flyway or the Mississippi Flyway, there are only 60 days available as that liberal framework. And in the Central Flyway, it's 74 days. So really long, really liberal seasons within the Pacific Flyway, lots of opportunity. So mentioned this briefly, but we've been liberal in the Pacific Flyway since 1995. However, the frameworks have changed a little bit during that time period. From 95 to 2001, it was a season option from October 1st to the Sunday closest to January 20th. In 2002, this was changed from the Saturday nearest September 24th to the last Sunday in January. And from 2019 to the present, we've had an option for the Saturday nearest September 24th that extends all the way until the end of January, January 31st. So the Migratory Bird Treaty Act allows for 3.5 months, a maximum hunting days to hunt migratory game birds. And that the equivalent, that 3.5 months is 107 days. That's how that's viewed within the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. So seasons are set within frameworks that are established by the Fish and Wildlife Service after they consult with all state fish and wildlife agencies. As I just reviewed, these season frameworks define the outside dates, they define the season length or the number of days, as well as the bag limits, the number of birds that can be taken by a hunter on a given day. States can choose to be more restrictive, but they cannot be more liberal on an annual basis. These frameworks are typically approved by the Fish and Wildlife Service during fall. Due to the government shutdown this past year, we are actually still awaiting final approval on these frameworks at this time. So certainly we're awaiting that approval and looking forward to when that's done. So what can states choose on an annual basis? Well, the question boils down to how to distribute those 107 days or 3.5 months of hunting between the Saturday near September 24th and January 31st. There are 130 days in this time frame, and we do live in a pretty geographically diverse state. So we can offer different season structures in different portions of the state through the use of zones. In those zones, seasons may be continuous seasons or they may be split. A continuous season is a season that starts on a given date, runs 107 days, and then ends on that date. A split season is a season that opens for a period of time, closes for a period of time, and then reopens. So, for example, if Idaho wanted to take advantage of an early opening date in the or the latest closing date, season dates must be adjusted accordingly on one end of the spectrum to accommodate the season on the other end, or use a split season to close the season for a period of time to accommodate both that early opening date and a late closing date. In recent years, which the commission I think will remember, is that Idaho has chosen a 2-day Youth Veteran Day season and then a continuous 105-day season in all zones. So pretty straightforward with no splits, just that 2-day hunt for youth and veterans. So what exactly are these zones and splits? So these are special regulations that were developed to distribute waterfowl hunting opportunity and harvest according to when birds are available or harvest on the landscape or to satisfy hunter desires in different areas of the state. Ultimately, this comes down to when to hunt. And the Fish and Wildlife Service has established guidelines to provide the framework associated with these zones and splits. So a zone is a geographic area or portion of a state with a contiguous boundary for which independent dates may be selected. Once a duck zone configuration is selected, it must remain in place for 5 years. Goose zones may be changed annually. Dove zones can be changed annually. So how does Fish and Game develop these season and zone proposals? Well, both the current zones and the season proposals before you this year are the product of extensive outreach to hunters aimed at understanding their preferences for hunting in different locations in the state. So since 2012, you can see here the duck hunter opinion survey has been conducted approximately on 4 to 5 year intervals, and goose hunter opinion surveys have been conducted since 2019. So we've conducted mail and web-based surveys to obtain input from hunters on their preferences on how to structure migratory game bird seasons and zones within the confines that are provided within those federal regulations. Feedback from these surveys is then used to help us guide the season setting process during the following 5 years. This aligns with the frequency of when we can change zones specifically for ducks. So just as a reminder for the commission, in July 2024, the department proposed some changes for goose zones, and you can see those zones before you here. So these were implemented during the fall 2025 season, and these configurations integrate hunter values and goose abundance. So we went out to the public, asked about their satisfaction with seasons, and we also combined that with goose abundance to identify areas of the state where hunters have similar season structure preferences for each of the 3 goose species that you can hunt in Idaho. A year later, in July 2025, after we conducted a duck hunter opinion survey, the commission approved new duck zone configurations based on results from the 2025 duck hunter opinion survey. Similar to geese, these configurations integrate hunter values and duck abundance, in this case specifically mallard abundance, because they comprise so much of the bag taken by hunters in Idaho, and then identified those areas of the state that prefer similar season structures. As you can see, these were relatively minor modifications, very small changes to the zones in the eastern part of the state. And so these will be in place from 2026 through 2030. And then lastly, about a year ago, commission action during the 2025-2026 time period. You can see the seasons that we had in zones 1, 2, and 4. So Eastern Idaho, the Panhandle, and Valley County had a season that started on the first Saturday in October and ran through January 16th. And in zone 3, the remainder of the state was a season that starts as late as possible to be able to end as late as possible. And the reason I put this figure up here, the difference between the zones, which are on the middle of the screen, and the duck area regulations that actually appear in the regulations, you can see that we actually have, we combine those zones into areas, if you will. So those locations that have the same season structure have the same color coded with them and the same number in the regulations. All right, so moving on to the proposals for this year. We're going to start with ducks and the youth veteran active military days. The proposal is for a 2-day season from September 26th and 27th. And then in zones 1 and 4, so again, Eastern Idaho and Valley County, a season that starts on the first Saturday in October, October 3rd, as well as a SCOP season, which is only 86 days, will start on the same day. Zone 2 in the Panhandle, this is the one kind of change from the previous year. This is a season that will start a week later, so on the second Saturday in October versus previous years. Zone 3 remains unchanged. Again, a season that starts on October 19th and runs all the way to the end of the framework on January 31st. And the bag limit also remains unchanged from the 2025-26 proposals. Moving on to geese. Goose season proposals are largely unchanged from the 25-26 season structure. You will see that in zones 1 and 5, we've got seasons that start on that first Saturday in October. Zones 2 and 6 are seasons that would, in this case, the goose season framework ends on February 15th, starts as late as possible, runs all the way to the end of the framework to February 15th. Zone 3, this is concurrent with the duck season, October 19th to January 31st. And then in zone 4, we actually have an early Canada goose structure where we go from September 1st to the 15th. It then reopens on the first Saturday in October and then runs through December 31st. Again, this is largely unchanged from the 25-26 proposal. Light geese, similar. Again, these proposals are very similar to the ones we scoped and approved in 25-26. Zones 1 and 5, first Saturday in October. Zone 2 starts on the first Saturday in October, but there's a split there that allows for hunting of light geese when they start migrating north. So it provides some opportunity in February and March. It's important to note that March 10th is as late as hunting can be provided for light geese or white-fronted geese. Zone 4 season that starts as late as possible, at least for ducks anyway. So that's concurrent with the duck season. And then lastly, in Zone 6, that's also concurrent with the duck season. White fronts, very similar to some of our other season structures here. Again, unchanged from the 25-26 proposals. Zones 1 and 4 starting on the first Saturday in October. Zone 2 concurrent with the duck season. Zone 3 is a little bit different in that they provide an opportunity through February 15th. And Zone 5 concurrent with the duck season in the Panhandle. Moving on to swans. This is a season structure that has been in place for a few years now. We've allowed 50 tags. This is through a controlled hunt process. The application period is from May 1st to June 5th. The season and daily bag limit is only one swan. This is only a hunt that occurs in North Idaho. It will start on the same day as the duck season up there, and it runs through December 1st. So moving on to those migratory game birds that do not have webbed feet, I'm going to start with mourning doves. The federal framework does allow for a 60 days to hunt doves between September 1st and January 15th. And as you can see here, the proposed firearm season structure for this year is September 1st through October 30th. The bag limit is 15 mourning and white-winged doves in the aggregate. Extended falconry seasons are those dates that are outside the regular firearm seasons when migratory birds may be taken by falconry. So based on input that we've received from the falconry community, the proposed extended falconry structure for mourning doves and white-winged doves is January 23rd through March 10th statewide. Proposed daily bag limit is a little bit different during that extended falconry season, where it would be 3 mourning and white-winged doves in the aggregate. Next, we have the American Crow proposal. The federal framework for American Crow season states that seasons shall not exceed 124 days during a calendar year and shall not be permitted during the peak nesting season within a state. And so as such, this is largely unchanged, has been for some time. The proposed season structure for American Crows is from October 27th through February 28th. The last migratory game bird proposal that I will review with you here is the sandhill crane season proposal. Idaho's 2026 crane harvest allocation, as provided by the Flyway Management Plan, is 473 cranes. This is up from 324 cranes that were allowed in 2025. And so to adjust for this increase in the harvest allocation this year, the department proposes to offer 870 tags. And we propose to do this in each of the 6 hunt areas on a first come, first served basis, as we've done in other years. And this is in an effort to reduce hunter crowding and distribute an increased number of tags in the proposed hunt areas. So we believe that adding hunting opportunity in October, in this case, you can see in yellow there, some new hunting opportunities during the month of October. And we also propose that the overall number of tags available in each hunt be increased. And so again, this is an effort to spread hunters out and improve the hunter experience for sandhill cranes in Idaho. Admittedly, this is a cautious approach. We didn't propose to fully allocate all tags based on previous success. We know from longtime hunting cranes in Idaho that during these September seasons, the average success rate is about 48% success. And so we've been pretty good at identifying how many cranes are harvested based on the number of tags that have been offered. So we're viewing these October hunts as kind of an experimental approach. It's an opportunity to learn about hunter behavior and really get a better sense of what success will be like in October. As a reminder, the season and the daily limit is 2 cranes for all hunts. So all these proposals were posted online from February 27th through March 15th. We're currently taking a look at this data. In fact, I think we're going to be discussing these proposals later today with the director's office and then come to you on April 9th to propose final recommendations for your action. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have about migratory game bird seasons.
Commissioner Charette.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Hey, Jeff, if I understood right, we can change the goose zones annually.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that is correct.
All right, can you go back to one of those, the Canadian goose zone, zone 4? Perfect. I made a mistake last year when we set it. I know you said that we made minimal area boundary changes in the southeast Idaho, but my phone blew up a lot on some of those minimal changes. And I'd like to see zone 4 go back to include all of Bear Lake County. With that being said, the way the elevation up there and the way the winter is, the geese were not present in zone 4. And we got rid of that early season on the east side of the Bear River, which caused problems. And my phone blew up. And if we could do that, I would love to extend that zone 4 all the way out to Bear Lake County and it was an oversight on my part. I made a mistake. I didn't catch it when we were setting the season. It's my fault. And I apologize to the geese hunters in Bear Lake, but I'd love to see that zone 4 extend all the way to Bear Lake.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, the one thing that we need to consider when changing zones, while they can be changed annually, we have to think about them about a year in advance. So the reason that we came to the commission in July of 2024 was so that we could implement those season structures in July of 2025. The zones that we have in place now are already set for 2026. So the earliest that we could get approval from the Fish and Wildlife Service to change that zone modification would be for implementation in July of 2027.
And that's perfect. That's fine. And that's consistent with what I've been hearing. I just want to make sure that's on everyone's radar because I did hear from a lot of geese hunters in that Bear Lake Valley that were upset that change happened. And so it was my fault. I missed it. So.
Okay, I don't see any more comments, but thank you, Jeff.
All right, thank
Appreciate
you.
it. I think we'll go to Jacks Creek, Owyhee Bighorn Sheep Augmentation Update, Rachel Curtis.
All right, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, thank you for the opportunity for me to come up and give you an update on our Jacks Creek Bighorn sheep population augmentation. A little bit of background for anyone in the audience who's unfamiliar with the project. Bighorn sheep were once common in Owyhee County, but they were extirpated from the county in the 1920s. Reintroductions were planned by Idaho Fish and Game and the Bureau of Land Management, which introduced California bighorn sheep from the Fraser River population in British Columbia, starting in the Owyhee River in 1964 and starting in Jacks Creek in 1967. That first reintroduction had 12 individuals into Little Jacks Creek, and they were supplemented with 40 individuals in 1988 into Big Jacks Creek. That population grew to a high of 360 animals in the mid-90s and then has been in decline since. So research has found that a population augmentation might be beneficial. This population is not limited by disease. They don't have a MOBI. Predation has been documented, but is not a sole limiting factor for this population. We've done analysis on habitat that found that habitat was not limiting either. We have found low genetic diversity and a lower number of live lambs and lower lamb survival than we expected. So Idaho Fish and Game, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, the National Wild Sheep Foundation, Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation, and the Bureau of Land Management partnered to augment the Jacks Creek bighorn sheep population. So on January 7th and 8th, we released 30 bighorn sheep from the John Day population in Oregon into Rattlesnake Canyon, which is a tributary of Little Jacks Creek. So this is the first project that Idaho Fish and Game has done where we had GPS tracking technology. And so all of the sheep, when we released them, were wearing tracking collars. And so that's been really exciting for us to be able to see how these animals respond when they're put into a new environment. And so this map is those movements for the first week, not including the points that were their overnight at CJ Strike. The star in the middle is where we released the sheep. We released both days at the same site because the sheep from the first day, most of them went to Big Jacks. So on the second day, we had everyone stand on the other side of the truck and they all ran to Little Jacks. So within the first week, we saw kind of two different strategies that the sheep were using. Either they ran a lot or they barely ran at all. And so you can see on the map, I'll draw attention to the little green ram down at the bottom. His first point, he'd run all the way down to Cottonwood Creek on Big Jacks, and he just kept running for that entire week, went and checked out Big Hill, decided it wasn't for him, went back to Big Jacks. Most of the sheep split up. We did have 4 ewes that ran together to the top of Sugarloaf, and then they parted ways and split off in different directions, except for 2 that went together down to Big Jacks. And then I want to draw attention to the ewe marked in red, kind of on the top left. She crossed Little Jacks, took off across the plateau, and luckily ran into our resident sheep in Halfway Gulch, and she decided that was a good place to stay. And so she was the first sheep that found our Idaho residents and started integrating those 2 groups of animals. So in the second week, we kept seeing more movements. So you can see in a purple ram on south, kind of the bottom left corner, he took off to Crab Spring Butte. He hung up there and sulked for about a week, and then he turned right around and went right back to the star where we released him from. We also had a ewe who's in pink. You can see her up kind of at the top of Horse Basin Gap. We released her in Little Jacks. She ran to Big Jacks. She went back to Little Jacks and then changed her mind again and went back to Big Jacks, and that's where she stayed. You'll also see that green ram at the bottom. He went out to Big Hill again, and then that's where his points end, and I'll talk about him in a minute. But after 3 weeks, they really didn't move that much anymore, so most of our movement was in the first month. This map shows movements with rams versus ewes. We expected the rams to move a lot, and they're marked here in red. But we did see some pretty big movements from ewes as well until they kind of settled down. So really, that was kind of the end of the big movements. This is all of their locations for the last month, and you can see that they haven't been crossing canyons. They haven't really been exploring. They kind of settled into their spot. This is that point cloud in aggregate, and then compared with our Idaho resident animals, you can see that the movements are pretty similar in how much country they're moving and how large their home ranges are. Something else that's been notable is the biologist for the area said that his sheep wouldn't know what to do with big wall canyons because they'd never seen them before. And so that's been kind of a fun thing to see. You can see a lot of those purple dots are in the side canyons and the tributaries. They don't really like our big canyons. And so this is where the areas that kind of our sheep like to be on. They love to be out on the end of that little knob on this knife ridge that sticks out into the canyon. And the Oregon sheep want to be in places like this, where it still has escape terrain and still has some like cliffy outcrops. But so far, they're avoiding the big walls. We'll see how their spatial use kind of changes as seasons change, as the water dries up in these side canyons. They might become more dependent on the main canyons like our sheep are. Oh, one other thing I wanted to note. When they have the choice, the Oregon sheep tend to hang out with each other, so maybe they're not the most friendly. But you can see that a lot of our ewes have grouped up into groups that are pretty much themselves. So there's a big group in Rattlesnake. There's a big group off the west side of Big Jacks. And so we'll see if that changes as well if they start integrating more. Okay, so moving on to survival. So with one caveat, we've lost none of our released bighorn sheep to capture injuries or translocation stress. My caveat is that we did have one ewe that was killed by a mountain lion one day post-release, and we didn't see anything on her that made us think that she was predisposed to predation due to injury, but she did find her way into a box canyon right in front of a lion den, so it could have just been a wrong place, wrong time. The other sheep that we've lost was the ram that I'd mentioned before that was killed by a lion when he was on a foray away from the canyon. So we still have 28 of the 30 sheep that we released. So we have 24 ewes and 4 rams still on air. And then we have 31 collared bighorn sheep with functioning collars from our resident Jacks Creek population. So that brings me to predation management. While this has been going on, we've been working on mountain lion removals to reduce predation. because research from other states that do translocation have found that lion control really increases the survival of those newly translocated animals while they're so vulnerable. And so prior to this augmentation, we've been increasing sportsman opportunity with second tags, a year-round season, and discounted non-resident tags and hound hunter quota exemption. We've also been doing targeted removals of lions from bighorn sheep mortalities, and then removal of any incidentally captured lions from like bobcat sets or coyote sets within the predation management area. And then we're currently coordinating with Wildlife Services for assistance during lamb season when the sheep are particularly vulnerable to predation. So the results so far, off the first Oregon ewe mortality, we removed 1 adult and 1 subadult lion. From the ram, we removed 2 subadults, and then that was followed up by a houndsman who found no additional lions in the area. We've removed 1 lion that was incidentally trapped in a bobcat set, and then there's been 1 sportsman harvest within the same time period. So we've removed 6 lions so far this year, and for context, the entire Unit 41 over the entire year usually sees about 5 animals removed per year. So for next steps, we'll continue monitoring movements, monitoring survival, and working on mountain lion management. The next big step is starting lamb monitoring. So we have 58 ewes to monitor between Jacks Creek and nearby Castle Creek. So Fish and Game staff and our partners will observe each collared ewe every week until a live lamb is observed. The Oregon ewes are expected to start lambing 2 to 3 weeks earlier than our Jacks Creek sheep. And so we're pretty excited to get out there and see the first of our new lambs and our bonus sheep. So we'll be starting that next week. And then we'll be continuing into June or 2 weeks past the last lamb, which usually is mid to late June. And then we'll check those lambs again at 4 months so that we can estimate lamb survival during their most vulnerable period of their lives. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'll stand for questions.
Commissioner Murphy.
Not a question, just similar to my earlier comments on just the planning and logistics, and your data speaks for itself. Really good job.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, thank you.
I wanted to comment. I was at the sheep show this year, and we went into some specific sessions on other states that did some transplants this last year. And I can tell you, we set the standard on survival. It's really I felt really proud to be part of the state of Idaho to see what you've done and how well ours have went. But it comes with a lot of hard work from a lot of people, a real team effort. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. All right, thank you.
Okay, we'll move back on our schedule now, and we'll do the presentation of the Shikar-Safari Wildlife Officer of the Year Award. Justin Williams, our Chief Enforcement.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners and Director Fredericks. It's great to be here today, and thanks for bumping our presentation along this morning, and thanks to all the other presenters who have accommodated our moving along here. This is great. One of the best things we can do as supervisors, managers, and leaders in our department is to recognize all the great work done by our employees. And I think we've seen great work done today in the presentations, and earlier, as Holly was mentioned, recognized by the Sheep Foundation for the wonderful things she's done with her team for Sheep for Idaho. And so today we have the opportunity to recognize one of our conservation officers in the state of Idaho. The Shikar-Safari Award is given out. They're given out throughout the nation and also to the north to our Canadian provinces to officers, one officer a year that has done exemplary and outstanding work in the field of conservation law enforcement. Included in that, besides just conservation law enforcement, also includes public outreach and education, and then it also recognizes their integrity and service towards the agency and their ability to help others that they associate with. I want to let you know that this year's recipient was nominated by 4 other officers, conservation officers in the state, 2 of those being his peers, one of them being his immediate supervisor, and the other being a field supervisor from another region. So with that, I'll go ahead and read the, of course, with 4 nomination letters, I had to just kind of piecemeal together a few of the highlights for the winning officer. So if you will bear with me, I'll read some of the highlights of the officer's year. The Shikar-Safari Conservation Office, the Year Award presentation. This year goes to Senior Conservation Officer Jim Sterling. Now, I want you to know this is going to be a surprise for Jim. He thought he was coming here to do a canine demonstration, which I hope we get to do during the lunch break. But maybe if Jim wants to come up and have a seat right here, we're hoping we can pry a smile out of Jim today. So as he's coming up, I want you to let you know that throughout the year, Jim consistently exceeded expectations, producing high quality work, meeting demanding deadlines, and stepping forward without hesitation to support team and agency priorities. His professionalism, leadership, and commitment to Idaho's wildlife resources distinguish him as an exceptional officer. Jim's most significant achievement was his leadership in finalizing the Smoky Cigar investigation, a complex multi-year, multi-state with major implications for Idaho wildlife. Working closely with investigators, Jim analyzed an extensive amount of evidence, including cellular data, Instagram accounts, iCloud records, and evidence from out in the field. This led to the uncovering of a widespread unlawful hunting activity. He played a central role in planning and coordinating a large-scale search warrant operation that involved almost every conservation officer in the state of Idaho here in the Treasure Valley. In addition to that, it included other states, multiple counties, several police departments, and agencies from other states. Jim also collaborated with investigators in other jurisdictions to ensure all violations were addressed thoroughly. His meticulous work led to the successful sentence of 17 individuals, including felony convictions, multi-year license revocations, including 2 lifetime revocations, and I think I added up about 100 years worth of license revocations for the other individuals involved. Significant reimbursable damages, almost $50,000 worth of reimbursable damages, and something that's pretty uncommon to fish and game, but incarceration, including 2 of the individuals being remanded to the Department of Corrections. The investigation has had long-lasting impacts on wildlife protection in Idaho. Jim has also excelled as a field training officer. His trainees praised his extensive knowledge, genuine investment in officer development, and consistently positive, supportive approach. His mentorship strengthened new officers both regionally and statewide. As a lead arrest techniques instructor, Jim taught for the College of Southern Idaho's Peace Officer Standards and Training Program and led instruction for Twin Falls Magistrate probation officers. He continued his exemplary work as a canine handler and instructor, overseeing maintenance training for local agencies, coordinating an IDFG canine in-service, and implementing the long-planned Canine Academy. After 50 hours of intensive training, he successfully prepared our newest canine officer, SCO Colby White, and his canine bear for post-certification. His expertise was further recognized when he was asked to oversee training scenarios at the Idaho Police Canine Association Conference. Jim's canine deployment supported enforcement efforts across several regions, including the Clearwater region's time zone bridge check station and a significant elk poaching investigation case in the Southwest region. Beyond enforcement, Jim's contributed significantly to outreach, education, and wildlife management. He provided a canine overview for our IDFG Mini Academy, participated in new employee orientation, assisted with compliance checks, conducted weapons sweeps at local schools, and volunteered with Region 4 wildlife staff on surveys, injured animal responses, and urban moose calls. He helped to update urban moose protocols, taught hunter education, and participated in National Night Out. This year's contributions have been extraordinary, and Jim is truly deserving as recognition of this year's Shikar-Safari Conservation Law Enforcement Officer of the Year for Idaho. So with that, Jim. So real quick, before we take pictures, every department employee will agree that that you have to have a good right-hand person, spouse or partner. And so to prove that, the one person that feeds the dogs, takes care of the lawn, shovels the snow and all that is Erica, Jim's wife. And she actually, unbeknownst to Jim, drove all the way here from Twin Falls despite an accident on the freeway to see Jim receive the award. So awesome to have Erica.
We'll break for lunch now until 1 o'clock. The meeting back to order. And we will start off with Rick Ward and Brad Compton on history of outfitter allocation.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, good afternoon. This presentation will be a tag team. I will start out talking about allocation, and then Brad Compton will come up and talk about the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board and the designation process. This is something I've wanted to provide to the commission for a while now, this history of outfitter allocation. There's a lot of business going on with outfitters and allocation right now. I feel like providing that context for the commission to consider the background, the history is important as we move forward. So that is really the goal here, is to provide you with some context. And as a reminder, through this whole process, we are only talking about deer and elk when it comes to allocation. A quick overview of how I have kind of laid this whole thing out. What I'm going to present is based on historical records, of which are mixed, I will say, and some first-person accounts. Data going backwards when it comes specific to not just allocation, but when we're talking about outfitter use in terms of number of clients and things like that, it's hard to put together a clear and accurate historic record. So this is going to be, there's going to be certain things I'm going to say, I'm going to highlight that are based on people's comments, essentially, or interpretations at the time period of how things were going. So I'll explain that a little more as we get into it, but just be aware that the data to draw that or connect those dots over time is lacking. And I'm going to focus really on milestones. This is not an exhaustive history of everything having to do ever with outfitter use in the state. I want to focus on these milestones to connect those dots. Really the objective or part of my objective is to focus on why these changes were made over time. That is really what my focus is. I say that this is not going to be an in-depth look at statute and rule, and it isn't. For the most part, the statute and rule kind of followed the intent at the time, didn't necessarily set it. And there are some exceptions to that, but I'm not going to get into too much nitty-gritty detail on statute and rule. And then lastly, this is I'll go chronologically through this, mostly. I say that right up front. I mentioned Brad Compton, we'll talk about the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board. Well, the creation of the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board predates a lot of what I'm going to talk about. So just bear that in mind as we go through this. I'm really going to focus on the allocation side of things, and then Brad will get you up to speed on where the licensing board and designation comes into. So one thing I want to get at right out of the gate. So much of what I'm going to talk about happens in the 70s and 80s and 90s, particularly in the 70s and 80s when I'm talking about effects to the outfitting industry. Mostly that's negative effects in terms of the number of clients that they're taking or the availability of tags to take those clients. Largely talking about backcountry hunters, and largely that's elk. So we are talking You think back to the 70s and 80s and even into the 90s, we think about the Lolo zone, the Selway zone, the Middle Fork zone. That's really the heyday and some of the decline of those zones when it comes to elk hunting. So you see some of that reflected in here. But when we talk about this, we're largely talking about backcountry outfitting. So 1971, that's where I'm going to kick this off. And there on the right is a picture of the front of the big game seasons and rules from 1971. I'm thinking that maybe next year we bring hot pink back to the cover of our big game rule book, but I'll defer to the commission on that one. So in 1971, the commission limited non-resident deer and elk hunters in controlled hunts. First controlled hunt in Idaho was in 1947, so they had existed for quite some time with no limits to non-resident. That limit was, as it is now, no more than 10% of the total number of hunters. And here I'm going to say that reportedly reduced the number of outfitted hunters. And again, I don't have hard and fast numbers to look at. Intuitively, this makes sense. I think that we know that the majority, even back in 1971, the majority of outfitted hunters were non-residents. You reduce the number of non-residents in controlled hunts. Intuitively, it makes sense that the opportunity for outfitters to take non-residents as clients is also reduced. And what that did, in addition to reducing non-residents in controlled hunts, it increased the demand, the non-resident demand for general hunts. So moving on to 1975, because of that increased demand by non-residents for general hunts, the commission then limited non-resident deer and elk hunters in general hunts as well. And that was limited at 10% of the total hunters. And from what I could glean, that resulted in about 10,000 tags in 1975. And again, that reduced the number of non-resident hunters. And again, that reportedly reduced the number of outfitted hunters, thereby affecting or impacting the outfitting industry. So fast forward to 1986. Up until that time, general season non-resident deer and elk tags have been selling out earlier and earlier. Non-resident elk tags were similar to what we have now or used to have up until start of this year. Non-resident tags went on sale on December 1st for the following season. And those were selling out, elk tags especially were selling out by February or March. Outfitters were not able to get tags or to line up clients to get those tags in that short time period. So basically seeing a decline in opportunity to take clients as tags were selling out sooner and sooner. So in 1986, let me get hit this point first. Reportedly, again, no hard numbers about that resulted over time, over several years, about a 30% decrease in outfitted hunters by the early 1980s. So in 1986, this outfitter set aside was created in statute, and the value of the outfitting business was recognized by the legislature. This applies to general hunts only, not controlled hunts, and it allows up to 25% of non-resident deer and elk tags. So that is similar, if not the same, as what we have now with the outfitter set aside up to 25% of the total non-resident hunts in general hunts. I could not find or did not have the opportunity to dig deep enough into rule to find out what those statewide limits were for non-residents. Right now, that's the 12,815 elk, 15,500 deer. I believe, and this is somewhat speculative, that the numbers in 1986 were the same or similar to those numbers. Keep in mind, there is no allocation yet. This is simply set aside. So these tags are taken out of the non-resident pool, put on a shelf, reserved for the use by outfitted hunters. In 1990, the legislature passed a new law it's called the Record Disclosure Law, that prohibited the release of the names of controlled hunt tag holders. Up until that point, outfitters were able to get those names and directly market to those tag holders. That opportunity was removed with that new law. Again, reportedly, there was
negative effect to the outfitting industry because they could not market directly to those tag holders. So jumping ahead to 1996, and this is a big process for the Department of Fish and Game. We began a deer and elk planning process, a pretty comprehensive look at the statewide deer and elk populations. This was largely driven by changing elk populations, especially in the Clearwater and salmon regions. Changing elk populations there means declining elk populations. So this is the start of the decline, or maybe not the start, but into the decline that we saw in the Selway and Lolo especially. The goals of this group, this fish and game planning group, was to increase bull to cow ratios, increase the overall number of elk in the state, and improve mature bull quality while continuing to provide hunter opportunity. So what came out of this are elk zones. Prior to that, we had 3 tag types, and they were based just on geographic area, but not specific to zones. And the map there on the right is it says 1998. That's when they were actually put into print and officially adopted elk zones. So they are quite similar to what we have now. The AB tag system was introduced, where a hunter could get one tag for a zone. It could be either an A tag or a B tag. A tag being focused primarily on archery, B tag primarily on rifle. And the concept of capping an elk zone was introduced here. And the first capped elk zone was the Lolo B tag. That came in 1998. I'll show some numbers on that in a few minutes. But all these concepts are still in place today with capped elk zones. So this is really where it originated with this process. One of the takeaways from this process, at least in 1996, was that the writing was on the wall that there were going to be some reductions in elk hunting opportunity, especially in the state. And skipped ahead. That's still true. Another thing that came out of this was the Clearwater deer tag that later became the whitetail tag. So writing's on the wall that there's going to be reductions in hunting opportunity. And at the request of the Outfitters and Guides Association, Fish and Game formed a tag allocation team at the same time. So this ran parallel with that deer and elk planning process. And it was a 10-member team run by Fish and Game, representatives from the Outfitters and Guides Association, the Forest Service, the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board, and members of the public. And in this group, the charge given to them from Fish and Game was to, I'm going to quote here, quote, tie adjustments in deer and elk hunting season opportunities to outfitters and their clients in proportion to the adjustments imposed on the non-outfitted public, unquote. The team itself identified this as their primary objective, to develop a process to fairly allocate deer and elk tags to the outfitted public in situations or areas where hunter numbers are restricted. So this is the birth of allocation, what we're talking about right here. So, and I'll get a little bit more into the details on that. Again, the group self-identified that they were only going to talk about deer and elk. There was not going to be any discussion about setting tags aside for any other big game species. So, as I said, this is the introduction of the concept of outfitter allocation. There was discussion about what historical use would be used to determine what allocation numbers would look like, but there was some debate and back and forth over how you measure that historical use. And at that time, the group determined or came to consensus that would be the 5-year average. They also addressed controlled deer and elk hunts, and determined or put forward that controlled hunt allocation would exist, but that would be in addition to the parent hunt, which is the same as we have now. So we have a parent hunt, has a certain number of tags. The allocated hunt is tied to that parent hunt, but an independent number of tags that are in addition to that. And they also introduced the idea of proportionate adjustments in general seasons. And that is what we have today.
So it is proportionate changes of resident tags, non-resident tags, and outfitter tags when a cap is implemented or when a cap is changed. The group also agreed that the Fish and Game Commission would be the body that should allocate the tags, and that the Outfitters and Guides Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board would then be the ones to designate those tags to the individual outfitters. Again, like the process we have now. So what came out of that was a Senate bill, and that eventually became statute. And I bring up the Senate bill here specifically because there's some intent language tied to this that I think is worth noting. So this is the bill that became the statute that gives the commission the authority to allocate tags to outfitters when hunts are limited. But there is a may in there. That's an important point. But from the statement of purpose accompanying the bill is this quote at the bottom: "The purpose of the allocation is to equitably share the effect of proposed new hunting restrictions, not to increase outfitted hunter use." Another thing that accompanied this Senate bill was in the legislative intent, and there is language in there. I'm going to read this part. The legislature acknowledges the concerns of the hunting public and the outfitting and guiding businesses in Idaho. It is the intent of the legislature that any allocation of tags be shared and based upon historical use, and that any adjustment necessary for the health of the deer and elk herds be done fairly and proportionately equal among all hunters, residents, non-residents, and outfitted hunters. So that's solidified, put into place the proportionate reductions or proportionate changes to resident, non-resident, and outfit tags. And as I mentioned before, that began in 1998 with the Lolo zone. I'll get to the specific tag numbers on that in a moment. Okay, so 1997, now we fast forward all the way to 2021. And that's the next big change in allocation. And in 2021, Commission implemented non-resident limits in general deer units and uncapped elk zones. And this is the system we have now for the most part. I'll talk a little bit about what's changed since then. The idea here was, well, this was the 10 and 15% that we still have today. Non-resident, 10%, or non-residents are limited 10% or 15% in uncapped elk zones and general deer units, with the exception of backcountry deer units where it was capped at the status quo. And these percentages, the numbers that come out of those percentages, are based on the 5-year averages of total number of hunters. So this is a big change for non-residents. And again, it was perceived that would be a negative impact to the outfitting industry. So based on the principles developed by the allocation team 20 years prior, allocation of non-resident tags for outfitter use was established based on the highest of the last 2 years of demonstrated outfitter use. In addition, outfitters could increase historical use by reporting use on non-allocated tags. In other words, tags that hunters bring themselves. So that's an over-the-counter tag. It's limited on where non-residents can go. They can bring their tag, use the services of an outfitter. That outfitter then can get historical use credit for that. And that is, well, I'll get to this in a minute, but that's an important distinction. And 2021 also marks the point when outfitter tags and recorded use were incorporated into the Fish and Game licensing system. But prior to this, outfitter use was recorded by the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board. Having a certain structure in place through our licensing system has allowed us to accurately track which tag use, where it's used, a lot of things, but it only goes back to 2021. So before that, it's kind of apples and oranges. So I've talked about that in the past, but that's just something to bear in mind. Again, that the historic record is inconsistent. And then in 2024, there was a new rule introduced that was essentially based on the impact that this non-resident system had on the ability of outfitters to acquire tags on behalf of their clients. Meaning getting in line,
they have to have a signed contract with that client, but they could go and get in line and get a tag for their client on December 1. This system impacted their ability to do that. So this is where we started with the base allocation. And that's the common term I like to use because it makes intuitive sense. The term spelled out in rules, initial tag use number. That base allocation is based on the highest outfitter use of 2021 and 2022. That base allocation is the same every year, year after year, and that sets the floor on allocation. Statewide non-resident limits and the set aside set the ceiling. So I know we've been over this before, and I don't want to get too much into that detail because it's not all that germane to what we're actually talking about here. So one thing I want to point out, beginning in 2021, with the ability of outfitters to claim verified use, which is the hunters bringing their own tags and getting historical credit for that, that is a growth opportunity. And that is a distinction that I want to make between the uncapped elk zones and general deer tags. That opportunity exists for growth. That same opportunity does not exist for controlled and for capped elk zones. So that's a distinction I think is worth noting. And with that, I'm just going to wrap up with a couple of slides showing you numbers of allocated tags and a brief explanation. I think I've provided some background on that makes, I hope, that these make a little bit more sense now. So looking at elk, 1998 was the first capped elk zone allocation, or the first allocation in general, 236 tags in the lower zone. 2000, the blue on the graph there, the first controlled hunt allocation. And I don't have the number of that right in front of me, but relatively small and relatively steady over the next 25 years. See a market increase in allocation for general hunts. And from 1998 to 2020, those increases are driven almost completely by caps and new caps on elk zones. So 1998, you had one capped elk zone. By 2025, we have 20 capped elk zones. So a big change. That's where a lot of that growth comes from. And then beginning in 2021, you see a jump there. That is the allocation in uncapped elk zones that began with the new non-resident limit. And then looking at deer real quick, a little bit different story there. Again, allocation and controlled hunts began in 2000, pretty small numbers. They did increase a little bit over time. And then beginning in 2018, when we went to unlimited controlled hunts in some backcountry units, that triggered the need to allocate based on the philosophy I already outlined. So that more than doubled the amount of allocated tags in controlled hunts. And then in 2021, again, a huge jump, and that is based on that non-resident limits in general hunts. So I'm going to turn it over to Brad Compton now, who's going to talk about the Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board, and then we will be happy to answer questions when he has his part wrapped up. That button.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Elizabeth, thank you for processing my honorarium through Luma. I don't know how you do it, but you did it. So, thanks for the opportunity. And again, this is one that I wish we had a little more time, but glad to get a little bit of time now. So, for the record, my name is Brad Compton. I'm chairman of the Idaho Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board, and I'm also your representative to that board. So have been for the last 5.5 years. So, with that, we'll jump right into the background, a little bit of, I think I've only got about 6 slides, what the board is. Unlike Rick, I do predate the creation of the licensing board by a few months, I think. But it was created in 1961, 7 years after the Idaho Outfitters and Guides Association was created in 1954. So, the policy, as established by the legislature in 362101, is, and I'll go ahead and read it real quick. The intent of this legislation is to promote and encourage residents and non-residents alike to participate in the enjoyment and use of deserts, mountains, rivers, streams, lakes, reservoirs, and other natural resources of Idaho, and the fishing game therein, and to take that in to regulate and license those persons who undertake for compensation to provide equipment and personal services to such persons. So it's an interesting piece of statute. If you look at a lot of the other enabling business statutes, whether it be cosmetology or plumbers or anything else, they typically don't include the word promote. So it's kind of unique in that legislation, the intent was to promote the use of these things in the places we have. So also in statute is the mission, and this really became evident during the ZBR process we went through in 2020 and 21, is to really look at our rules and make sure they aligned with the statutory authority granted originally. The mission, and this is just kind of just a brief statement, for the express purpose of safeguarding the health, safety, welfare, and freedom from injury or danger of those persons utilizing services of outfitters and guides, and for the conservation of wildlife and range resources. That last piece, for the conservation of wildlife and range resources, is rather unique in outfitting and guiding statutes around the country. So, and that you'll see why that is important here shortly. And I know some people, what is outfitting? It's not narrowly defined, it's broadly defined. It's somebody that does these three things: advertises for hire, provides equipment and services, and it's for hunting, fishing, float and power boating, and outdoor hazardous excursions. Outdoor hazardous excursions are defined in statute and include trail rides and snowmobile rides and those kind of things. There's been lots of requests. Teton County is kind of stands out, wanting to regulate their livery services of float equipment on the Teton River. I think most people are aware of that. And because they are not sending personnel and it's not a lead trip and it's just the equipment, it doesn't fall under the purview of Outfitters and Guides Licensing Board. But what equipment is not defined and what those services are not defined. So that's up to the business entity. Okay, the board was an independent agency until 2020. It had 6 full-time people and a little bit of temporary time that was used for field enforcement. It was a $500,000 budget. 2020 through governor executive order and some subsequent legislation got wrapped up with 47 other boards and commissions and lumped into and under the Division of Occupational and Professional Licenses. And that's where we reside today. Kind of hard to tell how many people because Doppel personnel cover multiple boards. So we share our staff, so to speak, with lots of other boards and commissions. So kind of the scale of what the board does is issue licenses. There are about 450 outfitter licenses, and those aren't unique individuals. Individuals can own multiple outfitter licenses, not uncommon. Of those 450, well, they're not going to add up, but there's 374 licenses that are for their water-based rafting, fishing, or hazardous excursions, snowmobile trips, mountain climbing, backpacking, mountain biking, that kind of stuff. And then there's 212 that are for hunting and or trapping. And of those, 126 are big game. So the allocation is directly affecting the 126 outfitter businesses out there. But the real number is the 3,000 guides. And that number tends to be pretty consistent, but the individuals aren't. There's huge turnover. Especially in the water world, they have a need 1 week for 12, and then the next week 5, and so forth. And so there's a lot of turnover. It's an interesting business. Again, I mentioned earlier that in the mission was to protect or conserve wildlife and range resources. Where that comes in is also tied to the policy in the enabling legislation, nor is it the intent of this legislation to interfere in any way with the right of the general public to enjoy the recreational value of Idaho's desert, mountains, rivers, streams, lakes, reservoirs, and other natural resources. That piece of statute combined with the conservation of natural resources provides the authority for the board to limit licenses and restrict. On the hunt side, mostly it's a hunt side, is they're distinct areas. You have a zone, not an elk zone, but a zone that only one outfitter can operate in. That's unique across, I think, most of the West. Most outfitter business states, here's your license, go hang a shingle wherever you want and wherever you can. So, but Idaho's is unique. Water-based do overlap, but there's limit on the number that can operate in a certain section of rivers or lakes. So, that's pretty unique. I think it's also an envy of several states. Just in my short tenure, we had Montana, Washington, and Wyoming formally consult with us to try to fix some of the issues that they have going on there that are basically unregulated. You think Doppels, they're in the business of producing licenses, making sure put licenses on the street and for people to conduct business. It's unique to have limits on those. They don't limit cosmetology license. They don't limit medical license. They don't limit plumbing license. They don't limit electrical license. They do limit outfitter licenses. That's pretty strange. And then the other thing that's a little unique to Idaho is the designation of allocated tags. All those states do have allocated tags. I'm not sure how many the licensing boards do the designation as opposed to the state fish and game agency. So designation up until 2019 was by policy. And it was in a policy manual. We got sued. We lost. So yeah, we put it in rule and statute. So that fixed that. And you've heard the terms certified use and verified use several times. Certified is they use an outfitter allocated tag. Verified is they've used a tag that they purchased and it won't say outfitter allocated on it, or it won't say outfitter on it. There's a difference when we go to designate. You decide how many tags outfitters will receive for their clients. It's our job to figure out which outfitters get those. You use the highest of 2 years. In designation, we use an average of the last 2 years. And the certified use of certified tags is way more valuable than the use of verified tags because they get accounted for first. And if all the allocated tags are used and there's a whole bunch of verified use, but there's no more tags, it doesn't mean anything. Outfitters want to use the allocated tags because those are the ones that count first in the equation. Verified tags or verified use is important because it comes back to you as what is high use prior 2 years. So it has, and I know I've joked with the director about who should be designating. You have all the cards, you have all the use information. So, and he wisely said, "No, we're doing a good job. We can keep it." So, and it is not all that challenging. I mean, especially if over the last 5 or 6 years, we've really worked out some of the kinks, some of the processes, and some of the rule and statute changes have kind of really defined it. It's a pretty straightforward process. So some of the things that are a little just kind of unique to it is there's such a thing as an outfitter stipulation. If all the outfitters in a hunt area want to divvy up the allocated tags different than what the normal designation process would, they can sign what's called a stipulation and agree to it. And so they can all share however they want to share. In my 5.5 years, I've seen one of those. I think it's an underutilized opportunity. But sometimes outfitters don't trust other outfitters. So part of the business thing, I guess. And then there's also a thing, it's hardship request. Every year, for some reason, an outfitter is unable to provide the services to the individual that they're contracted with. Whether it be through fire, the fire closure, they couldn't get in, death, serious medical issues. There is a process by which the outfitter can file a hardship request with the board, and we'll evaluate it on its merits and then grant, if it's legitimate and valid, we'll give them credit for use, even though in your books it's a tag that went unused. But we'll give them credit for use, and then our staff works with Tara and her staff and make sure it's all neat and tidy. So, and we take those very seriously. It's got to be a legitimate reason. We've denied numerous requests. Well, I forgot. I was busy. I couldn't get to town. So, no, it is restricted to beyond the control of the outfitter. They were unable to take the client. I think that is all I have. And in closing, you're all aware that my second term ends in a month. Not asking for reappointment. I need to do something else. So, but it's been my honor and pleasure to serve you in the state recreation. Thank you. And Rick will answer any question you have of them. So.
After questions, if there are any questions.
Questions? Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Rick. Kudos for putting together a very interesting, comprehensive as it can be based on what we know, part oral history and part research project on allocation. That was very useful as we continue to reinvent history and do a lot of the things that I just saw in your presentation from several years ago. But as Brad said, his second term is coming to an end. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to acknowledge Brad and express our appreciation to him. He's done an outstanding job. So Brad and I go way back. We started working together in Eastern Idaho in 2001, and lo and behold, we're still together for a few more minutes. But Brad served Fish and Game for 33 years. For those that don't know, he was a wildlife biologist, a wildlife manager, state big game manager, and then assistant chief of wildlife, and then a regional supervisor. So he has literally lived in all corners of the state. He knows our agency very well. He knows Idaho very well. Lifelong, passionate hunter, angler, outdoorsman with a longstanding appreciation that I think just came through for the role that outfitters play in connecting people to Idaho's outdoor resources. So in Brad's last 18 years of service to the agency, he served as the liaison to IOGLB as well as the IOGA, the Outfitters and Guides Association. And then he retired in 2020 and in August. And as fate would have it, just a couple of months later, the commission was seeking their representative for appointment to the licensing board. And so given Brad's tenure with the agency and his engagement with that outfitting community, he was a very clear choice for the role. And fortunately for us, Brad's career was, no, I said that wrong. Fortunately for us, though Brad's career with us was over, his commitment to public service had not ended. So he was appointed to the licensing board in October of 2020. And you won't be surprised to learn that his knowledge and his leadership skills were very immediately evident. And in January, he was elected chairman of that board, and he's held that position ever since. So when Brad expressed his interest in serving on the board, he identified 3 objectives. The first was to serve as a voice for the commission and the department while facilitating board outcomes that benefit the state, including reducing conflict between outfitted and non-outfitted hunters, anglers, and trappers. His second objective was to serve an industry that provides opportunities for residents and non-residents to experience, learn about, and enjoy Idaho's incredible outdoor resources. And then lastly, it was to provide leadership with the successful transition from the board being an independent agency, as Brad talked about, to working under the umbrella of DOPL, the Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing. So with his term expiring next month, his 2 terms, I think Brad can take great satisfaction in how well he's accomplished what he set out to do. So I do want to share some comments from the Idaho Outfitters and Guides Association. Throughout his tenure, Chairman Compton has proven himself to be an exceptional leader, demonstrating an ability to navigate complex transitions and changes with poise and a keen sense of direction. Chairman Compton possesses unique insight into the outfitting and guiding industry and its complex relationship with other agencies, both at the state and federal levels. His broad understanding and deep expertise have been invaluable in fostering constructive dialogue, facilitating fruitful collaborations, and maintaining fidelity to the charter of this commission, as well as that of the IOGLB more specifically. And then also, under Chairman Compton's watch, the board has seen an elevation in its dignity, transparency, and effectiveness. His commitment to these principles has set a new standard for the board's operation, reinforcing its standing and reputation within the industry and among the general public. So that was their comments. I certainly agree with all of them. And then, Brad, I recall in your last confirmation hearing, it was Senator Din Hartog who noted that Idaho benefits from people who, as she put it, struggle with retirement and let the state continue to benefit from their expertise and time. And so, Brad, I echo the good senator very much. And on behalf of the commission and the department, I want to express my sincere appreciation for your 6 years of bonus service to the people of Idaho. And I wish you all the best in your next phase of retirement. So I do have a couple of gifts for you. One of them is 2 rounds of sporting clays. So if you need the practice, you can use them both on successive rounds. If not, you can take a friend. And the other, I'm not going to say what it is, but it is not to be used in conjunction with the sporting clays. So.
I know what that is. Thank you very much. Thank you. Been a fun ride. Been a fun ride. And the conversion to DOPL and the ZBR process was, I can't say it was enjoyable, but it was definitely. And my promise to you is, as you find my replacement, anything I can do to smooth or ease that transition, I'm there for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rick. Okay, we'll skip down to on the agenda, item number 14, electronic permits update. Chris Sullivan.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. My name's Chris Sullivan. I'm the Salmon and Steelhead Fisheries Program Coordinator, and today I'll be providing an informational presentation about electronic salmon and steelhead permits. This is a program that we initiated a couple years ago and have lots of interesting things to share with you today. So the things I'm going to cover, a little bit of background on the implementation of the project, how the actual implementation went. From the working group standpoint, I'll cover some permit sales data, harvest data, some fisheries monitoring efficiencies that we've realized and plan on realizing in the future, a few of the challenges that we faced, and a little bit of a look to the future with this program. So the background on Idaho's anadromous fisheries, as we've heard for many of our species that we have in this state, our anadromous fisheries are no different. They're very diverse. Salmon and steelhead fisheries occur on the landscape on over 550 miles of river. These maps with the highlighted river segments in red show the geographic extent of our steelhead, Chinook, and coho fisheries. Combining with that is the large amount of time that these fisheries occur throughout the year. You can see across the year, our steelhead fisheries start in January and run through May. There's a short gap in June, and then they continue from July through the end of the year. And then spring, summer Chinook fisheries kind of land right in the middle of the season, fall Chinook and coho towards the end. So between those 550 miles of river and the temporal extent of these fisheries, monitoring them requires lots of time, money, and staff. These electronic permits or e-tags provide us an opportunity to experience some efficiencies in the harvest monitoring that would otherwise be required and has been required up to this point. So in 2021 and 22, we began discussions in earnest within the Fisheries Bureau on plans to implement e-tagging. We saw other states, most notably in this region, Oregon, had implemented an electronic tagging program and started to see some of the benefits that their agency saw from that technology and figured we might as well try to get on board. So in the summer of 2023, IDFG formed an electronic permit work group. That was a diverse group of folks within our agency, including people from the director's office, our legal staff, the Enforcement Bureau, Communications Bureau, the Fisheries Bureau, licensing staff. We actually had to work some with the legislature to update both administrative rule and code, and of course, all of you as members of the commission. So to implement our permits or e-tags, we worked within that group for about 8 months, and lo and behold, on April 1st of 2024, electronic permits became available to our public for tagging salmon and steelhead in their fisheries. That was made possible through the Go Outdoors Idaho app that we have the pleasure of using with our partner, Brandt, and basically allows anglers to validate their salmon and steelhead permit on their smartphone instead of the paper tags that we have had for a number of decades. We implemented this technology for several reasons, the biggest one being angler convenience. As you can imagine, it's quite possible to leave home to go fishing for the day without a paper permit, not too frequently that you leave your house without your cell phone. So as long as you had that in your person, you also had your licenses and your tags along with you. Also recall that paper tags require a pen to validate your permit along with a scissors or a knife to cut the notch out. So adopting this technology certainly is a good thing and a win for anglers. On the flip side of that, we as fish managers are also realizing a lot of benefits from this. We have some fishery monitoring efficiencies that I'll talk about more in a little bit. And then this also has a lot of potential to increase our accuracy on harvest estimation. So that was the implementation of the electronic permits. I'm going to switch gears just slightly and talk about the implementation of the electronic creel, which is basically the process that we're now transitioning to using to survey our fisheries and generate catch, harvest, and release estimates. So that first bullet, traditional creel, which is what we've been using up to this point, combines angler interviews, so the face-to-face interviews that we have with anglers out on the ground to determine things like catch rates. We combine those with angler counts to make harvest estimates. And those angler counts are the most labor-intensive part of our current creel monitoring framework. We have to do multiple counts per day throughout the geographic extent of our fisheries, which requires a lot of staff time, a lot of road time, and certainly is the most burdensome part of our current process. With eCreel, we use the e-tagging data that gets submitted every time somebody electronically tags a salmon or a steelhead, and we combine that with the on-the-ground angler interviews to estimate the same metrics: catch, harvest, and effort. So obviously, when we rolled this thing out, we wanted to make sure that it wasn't producing any estimates that were wildly inaccurate or didn't smell right. So we did a side-by-side comparison of traditional creel and e-creel in 2024 and 2025. And by the time we got to the Chinook fisheries last year in 2025, we actually transitioned to using the data generated from the e-creel for several of our fisheries. And then another very notable one is that the e-tag data was used to generate the statewide steelhead catch and effort estimates in 2025 for the first time. And those replaced the phone / mail surveys that had been going on for decades. And I'll touch on that again a little bit as I get further along in this. So I'm going to switch gears again and talk about permit sales data. So an important note here is that anglers currently have the ability to choose either a paper or an electronic permit. We want to keep that going for at least the foreseeable future for folks that either don't have a smartphone, want to stick with a traditional paper permit. So we give them the option. They can't have both, but they can opt into either of these two formats. And the images on the right show what the electronic permit looks like on the top, and then an example of a paper steelhead permit on the bottom. So with this rollout happening in April of 2024, we weren't quite sure how our anglers were going to buy into it. But by the end of 2024, across all licensed sale types for salmon and steelhead permits, we had 21% of residents that were using e-tagging and 29% of non-residents. Fast forward to 2025, we saw a slight uptick in residents to 23%, and same thing for non-residents, a slight uptick to 33%. A big driver in the difference between the buy-in for residents and non-residents is that we do see when folks buy the 3-day salmon and steelhead combo permit that we have available, most of them opt into the electronic version. So we sell a lot of those products to non-residents. Therefore, that's what's generally driving up the difference between residents and non-residents in those two permit types. So switching over from sales data to harvest data, this is where things get interesting for us as fish managers and biologists. Our prior surveys, we have to contact a lot of anglers during our creel surveys. So we really just try to ask the questions that we absolutely have to get answers to generate our data. But with this e-tagging data, some of that additional information that would be kind of nice to know, but wasn't necessarily need to know information is now available at our fingertips. And I'll share some of that with you now. So one thing that we can see through this is the number of fish harvested per individual angler. We can separate that out by different species. So I'll show you a series of figures here that capture that information. So in 2025 for spring, summer Chinook, the way these figures are oriented is that got the number of anglers in an individual bin along the left axis there, and then the number of fish those anglers tagged going along the x-axis on the bottom. And so in 2025, you can see that the majority of anglers tagged one Chinook. It's about 75% of our total anglers that electronically tagged fish only tagged one Chinook per individual throughout the course of the entire year. 95% of all of the anglers that electronically tagged Chinook tagged less than 5 adults. That's important because recall that just earlier this morning, you set a season limit for spring, summer Chinook fisheries of 10 fish per season. As we get more years of this data, we're going to be able to see, is that a thing that we really need to do? Do we need to restrict that? Are we regularly seeing folks that are coming close to or actually tagging that season limit? So that's a piece of data that we have not had access to in the past that's going to be certainly informative. And in this case, in 2025, the season limit was 20 fish, and we didn't have any anglers, at least that were using electronic tags, tag a season limit of fish. Similarly, for fall Chinook, the majority of anglers are only tagging 1 or 2 fall Chinook adults in a given season. In fact, 98% of them tag less than 5 adults. We don't have a season limit for fall Chinook, so don't really have that comparative bar to see how these results compare to, but you can see according to this figure, for electronic tagging folks, we had a couple of individuals that tagged 6 and 7 adults in the fall Chinook season, and one lucky angler that ended up with 14. And then for steelhead, similar picture. Majority are just tagging a couple of steelhead each year. 90% of steelhead anglers that use de-tagging tagged less than 5 adults in either the spring or the fall season. We did have 2 anglers last year that tagged fall limits and 1 individual angler that tagged a spring limit. So again, we have these season limits in our regulations for 20 fish per season. That may or may not be something that we need to continue to impose, depending on how this data shakes out over the coming years. And then lastly, for coho, these fish this is a new fishery for Idaho over the last decade or so. We had our first coho fishery back in 2014. Folks are still kind of getting used to this and figuring out how to catch these fish in the Clearwater Basin and in the Snake River. And most of them are caught incidentally to folks targeting fall Chinook and steelhead. But regardless, same story. The majority are harvesting a couple of fish per year. We did have a couple of notable anglers, one that harvested 18 coho and one that harvested 21 coho in 2025. I dug a little deeper into those records, and those individuals definitely have their honey holes. They're harvesting all their fish in the same general location each year, and also in a very tight time window. And I'm going to get into that next. So the next interesting piece of data that we can get from the e-tagging information is that every time somebody tags a fish, there's a time and a date stamp automatically assigned to that record for the moment that they tag that fish. And since by our regulations, anglers are required to validate their tags immediately after harvest, we basically can translate these tag records into the time when folks are catching fish. And so for Chinook, we've got a panel on the left for spring, summer Chinook. Again, just to orient you with the figures, we've got the number of adult salmon tagged on the y-axis on the left, and then the hour of day starting at the morning hours and then going through midnight along the bottom on the x-axis. And for spring, summer Chinook, you can see that the majority of fish are caught in the morning, at least in 2025. We had 63% of the harvest that occurred before noon. It's important to recognize that last year, most of our fisheries were a 1 adult bag limit. And imagine that in a year where we have more robust Chinook runs and we might have a 2 or a 3 adult bag limit, that might spread some of this harvest further out into the day. Because right now, somebody catches a fish at 5 in the morning and they harvest it, they're done. They don't have another data point to add at noon when they catch their second one. So again, this will be interesting information to compare over the course of future years when we have some bigger returns. Fall Chinook's the same way, shifted a little bit further to the right because sunrise in September in Lewiston is generally around 6 a.m. And that's when the bulk of the fish start getting caught up there. But again, 71% of that harvest is occurring before noon. This information is not only interesting for us as fish managers, but it's certainly important and can be used by our Enforcement Bureau, as well as our creel monitoring staff. So our Enforcement Bureau wants to be out on the ground checking folks that have fish. They're going to be much better off being out there at 6 or 7 in the morning when folks are actually encountering fish and harvesting them than they would be at the later hours of the day. Similar thing for our creel staff that's out collecting biological samples to estimate catch composition. They're going to get their hands on more fish being out there in these early morning hours for Chinook fisheries than they would be during the afternoon or the evening. Same type of information here for steelhead. If you like to sleep in, steelhead is the fish for you. You can see that this catch is much more spread out through the middle hours of the day, despite the fact that we don't have any hourly restrictions on our steelhead fisheries. So you can fish 24 hours a day for steelhead, but the bulk of the catch and the harvest seems to be occurring during the midday hours. This is probably driven a lot by the fact that our primary steelhead fisheries are occurring through the fall and winter periods and into the spring. During cold periods of the year. And so those middle hours of the day are when water temps are up, fish are a bit more active, and so are anglers, apparently. And then lastly, for coho, this is definitely a morning person's game. Seems like our harvest, and we hear this from our creel staff too, that if you haven't caught a coho by about 9 a.m., you might as well go home for the day. And that certainly plays out here with the data that we are seeing from our e-tagging. So I want to touch a little bit on the fishery monitoring efficiencies. Again, as I mentioned, for steelhead, the e-tagging data replaced our phone and email survey that we've been doing for decades. This is a big deal. because of the work that was involved in doing that survey. That survey was also generally structured to be estimating harvest at a statewide level, where the ability to have this data at a more granular scale is definitely improving our ability to accurately estimate harvest for our steelhead fisheries within individual river sections, instead of at a broad statewide scale. And then the other thing that it does that our previous survey didn't is that we can do real-time harvest estimation instead of waiting for, a spring phone and email survey or a fall phone mail survey. So we can run the model at any point in the season and get accurate harvest estimation more or less real time from our ETAG data. And then for Chinook, again, as I mentioned, the biggest part of our effort on the ground for our traditional surveys is the actual angler counts. And by using the ETAG data, those traditional angler counts are no longer necessary. So we actually have a work group that's formed, and we're actually kicking off our first meeting next week to start to look at what we might be doing differently on the ground in the future to incorporate some of these efficiencies, perhaps restructure the way that we're doing surveys to really leverage this and utilize it in the future. Some of the challenges that we've seen, pretty minor, but worth mentioning. Remote locations. So this is a picture of a couple anglers below Hell's Canyon Dam. They're about 3 hours or 2 hours at least from cell reception in any given direction at that location. And so when they tag a fish, it certainly gets recorded on their electronic permit and on the Outdoor Idaho app, but it doesn't get actually uploaded to the server until they get back to cell reception. And so we've got numerous fisheries throughout Idaho that fall into this category. So just from a real-time harvest estimation standpoint, we have to work with our statisticians to incorporate this delayed reporting into our model so that we're not missing fish and having a bunch, come in midweek after a successful weekend of fishing for some folks. Just with similar to paper tags, this is not something that's unique to e-tagging, but we do have anglers that enter incorrect information. Something that doesn't happen at a large enough scale that we really need to be concerned about it, but it's certainly on our radar. And then we do have some areas where we have low ETAG participation. Specific fisheries that come to mind are the South Fork Clearwater, parts of the Maine salmon from, in the Mackey Bar to North Fork area, just don't have as many folks that have bought into the program at that 20-25% level. It's sometimes more down in the single digits. So we're working with that and with our statisticians to figure out how to work through that. And I imagine those participation rates will grow as this technology becomes more mainstream and probably won't have that problem in the future. So looking to the future, some things that are definitely on our list are to continue our outreach efforts with the public. We heard through some of our fisheries coordination meetings this year that we still have a lot of anglers that are either not fully aware or not aware at all that this technology exists. So we need to continue to be diligent about reminding our public that this is out there and that it's working, and that the more folks that we have bought into it, the better that our fishery management abilities will be. We also will continue to make enhancements to the app. And I do want to recognize Tara and her crew. They've been super responsive of working with us when issues come up, working directly with Brant to continue to resolve those issues. And I think we've definitely developed a better product over the last year and a half than we had when we started. So that's good news. As I mentioned, we'll continue to look for efficiencies with our harvest monitoring. And then lastly, as Amber mentioned this morning, the department's looking to expand into some of our upland species in the future to get this out of just the salmon and steelhead world. So the last thing I want to say is that, between this technology and, the decision and implementation of director's authority this morning on spring, summer Chinook season structure and the ability to work within those harvest matrices, we're really moving the needle in a positive direction in fisheries management. And I'd say we're in as good of a place as we've ever been for being able to successfully manage our fisheries with these tools. So with that, I will take any questions that anybody has.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Davies.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great presentation, Chris. So you mentioned Oregon being someone that has used this system. Are there percentages of people using the E-tag comparable to what you're seeing here in Idaho?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, that's a great question. I don't recall the exact year that they implemented this technology, but their initial rates started lower than ours. They were down in the single digits for the first year or two, and they've since climbed up above our 20 to 30% range into more like the 40 range from what I've heard from their staff. So, and it's been just kind of a gradual increase, and then it's kind of tapered off. So I imagine we'll see something similar here where it'll continue to climb, but at some point we're likely to level off, at least for some period of time until demographics with our anglers change and we get folks that are maybe more comfortable with that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a follow-up there, Mr. Chairman, please?
Yeah.
The other question I would have, and there's probably a simple answer to this, but I'm just not smart enough to figure it out. But I could see where the ability to have both the paper tag and the e-tag for old people like me that are worried about making that changeover, that it would be beneficial to be able to get this, and then if this doesn't work, be able to use this. Is there a reason I'm missing on why you can't use both of them?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, again, good question. There are several reasons for it. The most predominant one is that since we have a lot of quota-based systems and season limits on these, having two tags essentially would allow you to harvest either within the day even, like, okay, I've got my 3 fish on my paper tag. Won't tell you that I've got 3 more on my electronic tag that are already stashed back in the cooler at home or at camp. So it gets around those issues by only having one tag type per individual. And then same thing with a season limit. You could fill your paper card and start over with a electronic tag. Whether that will actually happen, who knows? But we wanted to be as cautious as we could. And that was the reason for choosing just to limit it to one or the other.
Yeah, that makes sense. But if you could incentivize somehow using the tag, and I don't know how you would do that, but it'd get old people like me maybe more apt to jump into using something like that. So, but thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I guess my selling pitch to that would be that if every salmon and steelhead angler used e-tagging, then we would have a census for all fish that are harvested. And we wouldn't have to do any estimation. It would just be, we had 850 fish that were harvested via e-tagging, and that's our number.
Yeah, I can see where that'd be beneficial. Get that word out there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Jordan.
Thanks for that presentation. That was awesome. I'm relatively new to the steelhead world, and some of the most cold, miserable, and frustrating days of my life have been on the river fishing for steelhead, and I absolutely love it. And because of that, I've turned into that guy to where every steelhead I get a picture of it. I've done it since day one. Anyways, long story short, I was up on the Salmon River the other day, and there was a guy up there fishing, outfished me. He was just hooking them left and right, and it was fun. When he was done, he brought out his tag, sitting on the river with his pen and pencil and knife, and you could tell it was a process, cutting his notch in his tag. Where the one I kept that I hooked, brought out my phone and e-tagged it quick and was done. But my question is I kept fishing because I still had time and caught one, went to put it back, and my phone fell out of my pocket and landed right on the edge of the river. Thankfully, it didn't go in. But my question is, what if my phone would have fallen in the river? My e-tag data information was gone. How do we address that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that's another very good question. I guess I would say it's no different than if your paper tag fell out of your wader pocket and floated down towards Mackey Bar. That's gone too. So if you don't have a physical tag on your person, you're not legally in correct legal status to be able to fish. So I guess on that side of things, it would be cheaper to replace the paper tag than it would be the phone, but we won't put that in our marketing pitch.
But don't forget, I got to have that picture too.
Yeah, there you go.
Any other questions, comments? Well, thank you.
Yep.
Good report.
Thank you.
move on to item number 15, the history of the Idaho Game Warden, Barry Cummings.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Director Fredericks. Try to stand here where you can hear me. I'm excited to be here today to talk about the history of the Idaho Game Warden. I'm Barry Cummings. I'm the Regional Conservation Officer for the Upper Snake Region. I've been serving as an Idaho Conservation Officer since 2001. In fact, I listened to Director Fredericks and Brad talk. Both were in the region when I started, including our current chief. So where did the days go? In 2024, the department celebrated its 125th anniversary, which provides us with the distinction of being Idaho's oldest statewide law enforcement agency. Our enforcement history is fascinating and a unique story. I would also like to recognize Sharon Clark and her work for making this presentation possible today. Sharon and I prepared a 2-hour presentation, our history that we gave to the enforcement folks at our conference in Chalice in 2024. So this presentation you'll hear today is just a snippet of that. But much of what we know about our history as an agency, we know because of Sharon and her passion for finding it and sharing it with us. She's also graciously agreed to stand for questions after I get done. So the presentation you will hear today is just a small fraction of our history. In 1863, Idaho became a territory, and during the first territorial legislative session, Idaho's first game laws were put into place. While it was a good start, it lacked one key component: the enforcement. The laws were amended again in 1889, and between 1890, when Idaho became a state, and 1898, enforcing Idaho game laws were practically non-existent because no one person felt authorized to do so. Less than 2 months later, on May 5th of 1899, Governor Frank Studenberg appointed Charles Arbuckle to the office of the State Fish and Game Warden. Arbuckle at that time was serving as an Idaho representative for Owyhee County. Never before had an Idaho government office been dedicated to the enforcement of fish and game law and the protection of Idaho's fish and game resources. Oops, I'm forgetting to hit the button on the Sharon. Look at this. This was the beginning of the Idaho Fish and Game Department. For perspective, in 1899, Idaho's population was about 88,000 people. Today, the population of Boise alone is 236,000 or so. And the future of Idaho's fish and game resources would change forever. The department's official staff at that time was one, the state game warden. One can only imagine the daunting task at hand, figuring out how to enforce game laws across 83,000 square miles of land and approximately 93,000 miles of rivers and streams. Arbuckle's full compensation was $1,200 a year. His operating budget was $300 a year, and that had to cover travel, office rent, printing, postage, and all other legitimate expenditures. Arbuckle was to appoint a special deputy game warden in each county, for which he did, except in Ada, Custer, and Shoshone counties. Their compensation would be to receive 1/2 of all of the fines upon prosecution procured by said deputy for a violation of the fish and game laws. It is interesting to note that at that time, according to the game laws, deputies were to arrest violators without process of warrant. They did not issue citations. It was deputy game wardens for decades performed most of the department's field work, including selling licenses, stocking fish, doing big game censuses, safety, education, and of course, law enforcement. The first arrest made under the new fish and game law took place in June of 1899 with the arrest of 2 brothers from Rathdrum. Mark and Comer Hudlow had between 400 and 500 pounds of fish that they'd caught out of Hayden Lake. Those fish were destined for the fish markets in Spokane. Mark pled guilty and was fined $50. Comer was released and not charged. $50 then would have the equivalent today of around $1,900. In December of 1900, Arbuckle submitted the first biennial report of the state Fish and Game Warden to Governor Studenberg. He noted that, and I quote, "The office is a new one and experience teaches us much." He made recommendations and proposed changes that would include establishing a license to be required for those who fish in Idaho. This would provide revenue needed to put the office on a self-sustaining basis. Any non-resident would pay more, and I quote, "as in no other way do they contribute to the expenses of those charged with the preservation of our game." This change would not come about until about 1903. The new 1903 law required any male citizen of Idaho who had been a resident for at least 6 months prior to application to have a license to fish and hunt in Idaho for the cost of $1. $1 is close to about $33 today. Any non-resident wishing to hunt game birds or fish needed to obtain a license for $25 if they wanted to hunt big game. $825 today, or $5 if they just wanted to fish and hunt small game. You'll note the synopsis of the game laws could be printed on the back of the license then. You may also notice that the license was sold by a justice of the peace out of St. Mary's. And according to the 1903 legislative laws, a license could be obtained upon payment to any justice of the peace in the county for which he resides, or to the state fish and game warden, or to any deputy game warden. Licenses then, in 1903, expired the 15th day of February following the date of issuance. I've enjoyed reading some of the old regulations and laws, including the synopsis on the back of this license where it's written, "The hunting and killing of moose, buffalo, antelope, and caribou are perpetually prohibited." Women were not required to purchase a license in Idaho until 1921. Arbuckle petitioned Congress for a federal fish hatchery, and although one would not be built in Idaho for many years, people took notice of the need. And in 1907, Haysper Fish Hatchery was built and is still in operation today. Arbuckle also stressed in his first report to the governor that, and I quote, "It is imperative that the game of this state be protected from ruthless slaughter." Arbuckle and his deputies cracked down on persons taking fish from public waters to place in private ponds to later sell as private property. And he encouraged implementation of bag, possession, and season limits for birds and game. With the election of a new governor in 1900 and the promise from Governor-elect Frank Hunt to appoint a member of the Populist Party to the office of State Game Warden, Arbuckle chose to resign in January of 1901. He served only 20 months, but he left a foundation for those who followed to build upon. Records show it was only a short time after leaving the office of the State Game Warden that Arbuckle was named Assistant Commissioner to the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York. He would later be hired as a special deputy during the William Haywood trial, the man who stood trial in 1907 for hiring Harry Orchard to assassinate former Governor Frank Studenberg. In 1912, he served in Washington, D.C. as the secretary to U.S. Senator Kirkland Perkey from Idaho. And from 1914 to 1918, he was appointed as a U.S. Marshal. 1919, he became a member of the Boise Police Force until 1921. Arbuckle died in 1945 in Boise at the age of 82. He's buried in Pioneer Cemetery, which is about a mile from here. And just last year, the Idaho Conservation Officers Association honored Arbuckle's status as Idaho's first state game warden by placing a memorial at his gravesite. That is a photo of the memorial. While I don't have enough time to spend highlighting accomplishments made by each of the 15 state game wardens, there are some significant events that took place or recommendations they made that paved the roads which will let us here today. The second state game warden, Thomas William Bartley, was an attorney by profession and lived with his wife and son in Moscow. He too only served one term and honestly wasn't very popular with many of Idaho's sportsmen. However, it is interesting to note that in July of 1902, he attended a meeting of Northwestern game wardens in Yellowstone, headlined in a Montana newspaper as the Meeting of the Men Who Protect Game. This 1902 meeting in Montana is considered by AFWA, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, to be its inaugural meeting. Bartley would recommend in his report to the governor that the game, guns, and outfits of men or parties found hunting illegally be confiscated and sold, and the money placed in a fund to protect game. In March of 1905, William Nephi Stevens of Rexburg was appointed as Idaho's 4th state game warden by Governor Gooding. He would be the first to serve more than a 2-year term, spending 5 years in the office. From the beginning of his career as the state game warden, Stevens was diligent in seeking out those who violated the game laws. Much of Stevens' efforts focused on curbing the commercialization of fish, his deputies seeking to locate and remove illegal ponds and weirs that were built into the streams and rivers that moved fish into locations where they could be caught in mass and sold at fish markets outside of Idaho. To illustrate his resolve to protect Idaho's resources in 1905-1906, State Game Warden Stevens sent a deputy game warden to catch a group of trappers who were also reported for killing big game for hides and ivories that had set up camp at the headwaters of the Clearwater River. Warden Stevens wrote, and I quote, "This is very large wild country and it is impossible to catch such poachers unless 2 or 3 deputies go in there and stay for the winter, as no access can be had to the heart of that country during the wintertime." Can you imagine spending an entire winter in the backcountry trying to catch a group of poachers that were taking hides and illegally trapping? In Stevens' 1907 report to the governor, he stated that while the fish and game laws provide for a maximum penalty, it does not fix a minimum amount, and recommended that the law be amended to do so. He mentioned, and I quote, "Such methods of administering justice against transgressors of the law encourages further transgression and in fact increases the contempt and disrespect some offenders have for the law and its officers, naturally rendering the enforcement of it more difficult." The wildlife conservation profession was born with the recognition that natural resources are exhaustible and must be protected. From an enforcement perspective, whether called game warden or conservation officer, our profession is often considered by many to be the most dangerous of all law enforcement. In May of 1907, State Game Warden Stevens became, as far as we know, the first Idaho Fish and Game Department head to hear that one of his game wardens came under attack while performing their official duties. Deputy Game Warden R.C. West of Moscow came under gunfire after he had arrested 2 for hunting while having illegal birds in their possession. Once he had them in custody and walking towards his buggy, West realized he was being followed by 15 others who came after hearing shouts for the help from the 2 offenders. After refusing to release the 2, one of the 15 fired upon West, narrowly missing him. West returned fire, and through all the commotion, the 15 attackers fled. West was able to get to a nearby farmhouse with the 2 he had, and he arrested both, and they were taken to the county and jailed. He was fortunate that no harm came to him, and while this might be the first such known incident, it's definitely not the last, which I'll come back to shortly. Commissioner Ebert, this incident appears to have happened between Moscow and Viola, as closely as I can tell, to an area now referred to as Steakhouse Hill. In August of 1908, Stevens organized a state meeting of Idaho game wardens at Island Park. He and approximately 25 deputies met for 4 days. There were 4 formal sittings during which reports were read. Discussions were had by all the deputies of their work during the previous season. Conservation officers continued to meet, train, and report and discuss issues affecting us today. Of all the historical photos that I have seen, the 1908 Island Park photo is certainly my favorite. In February of 1913, Orrin Hatch Barber was appointed Idaho's 7th state game warden and would serve just short of 18 months. His tenure as state game warden became embroiled in controversy, and in July of 1914, Governor Haynes removed him from office. However, during his tenure in 1913, he appointed Idaho's first female deputy game warden, Miss Mabel Avery of Boise. Avery at the time also served as Boise City's public nurse and was Boise's first police matron. It's not known how long she served as a deputy game warden, not long, but she would go on to serve the Boise Police Department until 1919. It wouldn't be until 1982 before another female conservation officer joined our department. Currently, the department has 7 female conservation officers, and 2 of those female conservation officers have come before you in recent years to accept the same Shikar-Safari award that Jim received today. Those 2 would be SCO Megan Roos out of the Magic Valley region and SCO Spencer Weshy out of the Upper Snake. In 1932, the department began using check stations as an enforcement tool and as a collection point for biological data. Deputy Game Warden L.A. Dutch LeBras is shown sitting at this table. The most significant change in the management of the department since 1899 came on November 8, 1938, when a landslide vote resulted in the passage of the Idaho State Fish and Game Commission Act. A few key features of the act were to divide the state into 5 districts and establish a 5-man commission appointed by the governor, 1 for each district. Abolish the office of State Fish and Game Warden and create the office of the Director. Change the title of Game Warden to Conservation Officer, and the act would provide for employment of officers and other department employees under civil service rules. The initiative made it clear that all wildlife is the property of the state and shall be preserved, protected, perpetuated, and managed. The first 5 commissioners were appointed on November 29, 1938, and the first Fish and Game Commission meeting was held 2 weeks later on December 13th. On January 17, 1939, William McIntyre, the last governor-appointed state game warden, was appointed by the commission as acting director until a director was hired. During this meeting, Commissioner Fiskus moved that the secretary be instructed to notify Mr. McIntyre, who was the director, that it was the desire of the commission that, and I quote, he rigidly enforce the game laws of the state, and in that respect, he would have the full cooperation and support of the commission. Motion was seconded by Commissioner Howell, and the motion carried. Passage of the 38 initiative provided for employment of conservation officers and other employees under civil service rules. For the first time, specific requirements and standards would be in place to apply for and to be considered for department positions, including the Idaho Conservation Officer position. In 1939, the agency hired for 2 classes of conservation officers, Conservation Officer first and second grade. The Conservation Officer first or second grade requirements were, you must be a male, must be between 23 and 50 years of age, and have at least an 8th grade education and be at least 5 feet 5 inches tall. The annual salary for conservation officers then started at $1,500 a year. Today's money, that's equivalent to about $35,000. In June of 1939, just 7 months after passage of the initiative, over 2,000 applications were received for 80 open available positions in the department. 568 applications were given examinations. And in 1940, it was reported that there were a total of 38 conservation officers on staff. 9 conservation officers first grade and 29 COs second grade. The department invested in the purchase of 26 pickup trucks and equipped officers with snowshoes, skis, rubber boots, tents, and sleeping bags. A few days after the attack on Pearl Harbor in December of 1941, the United States became fully engaged in the Second World War. During this time, some department personnel took military leave of absences, or in some cases resigned to join the armed forces. The commission unanimously approved an order that those taking a leave of absence would be given an opportunity to rejoin the department upon their return. In January of 1942, members of the commission decided that conservation officers should wear official uniforms to place our officers on par with state police agencies and Fish and Game Department in nearby states. The first uniforms included forest green coats and trousers, a gold insignia on the left shoulder, and a 5-gallon gray felt hat. The uniform was to be worn when appearing in court, when making road checks, or when attending public functions. While not a high-quality photograph, the top left 1942 photo shows 8 conservation officers from the department's Western District sporting those uniforms. I have no doubt that if Sharon had one of those original uniforms in my size in her collection, I'd probably be wearing it today. As you can see, the uniform has changed throughout the years. As the department ushered out the 40s and welcomed the 50s, thus began returning to normal. Things began returning to normal, and the 50s would become identified as the post-war boom. Across the United States, the economy was growing. The fruits of this were prosperity. New cars, suburban houses, and other consumer goods were available to more people than ever before. And the agency reorganized and prepared for a strain on the natural resources. Reorganization of the department included the addition of divisions, i.e. bureau chiefs. Prior to 1954, the Enforcement Division consisted of 5 district supervisors and 53 conservation officers. The new structure added a division chief, maintained the 5 district supervisors, and increased the number of conservation officers to 58. Mick McDermott, our first enforcement chief, is shown above, seated at the far right as you look at the slide. The department began its first hunter safety program, and in 1955 it was noted that hunter safety instructors increased in number from 12 to 66. 18 of those were conservation officers who had been instructed at the in-service department training school. The department began to fully invest in the needs of our conservation officers, including the addition of modern equipment like mobile radios, the use of aircraft, and there was an emphasis placed on the need for patrol cabins. Locations of those cabins were in areas that were difficult to patrol without shelter and facilities to stay for a short time. These areas receive heavy hunting and fishing pressure, and increased patrols in these areas were necessary to protect the resources. In 1962, the newly appointed Idaho Fish and Game Director, Richard Woodworth, implemented his 5 points for the future, a planning document and his blueprint of 5 primary points of concern facing the department, with number 5 being public service and conservation enforcement. Although the program didn't specifically speak to an enforcement philosophy, it was in 1963 when an affirmative program of violation prevention was adopted. And it included conservation officers developing and maintaining in each of their districts public information campaigns for the sole purpose of, and I quote, forestalling inadvertent violations. A few years later, during the commission meeting on January 30th, 1970, the commission adopted the Conservation Enforcement Creed, a formal policy statement relative to the enforcement of fish and game laws and regulations. It is stated that this official philosophy, guideline, and creed of the department personnel shall always be highlighted in those 5 bullets. The Conservation Enforcement Creed remains in policy today and is still listed as policy E1. For much of my career, I have carried a small laminated copy of the Enforcement Creed in my front pocket along with the Law Enforcement Code of Ethics. It may also be of interest to you to know that every citation, warning, or incident written by an officer in Idaho is reviewed by that officer's supervisor. Part of that review process is to ensure that the creed is being followed. Prior to 1970, conservation officers had little formal training except firearms instruction along local sheriff or police department personnel. They also assisted local, state, and federal law enforcement personnel upon demand, even though they had no arrest powers. When the Idaho Peace Officers and Standards Training Academy opened in 1970, post-certification became mandatory for all Idaho conservation officers. However, that did not give them full peace officer status. As an outgrowth of post-training, IDFG staff wrote the first official department firearms policy in the mid-1970s. It established firearm training standards and mandated weapon qualification for all conservation officers. However, wearing a firearm continued to be discretionary at that time. While many COs carried a weapon in their vehicle, many wore a sidearm only during high-risk operations. The first post-academy was held January 1st, 1970 at the Idaho State University campus, and 2 Idaho Fish and Game conservation officers graduated. Today, POST is a 14-week training academy that all conservation officers attend within the first year of their employment. In 1978, the Idaho legislature was finally convinced and approved a measure to grant full peace officer status to IDFG conservation officers only after the Conservation Officer Association, the department, the Idaho Sheriff's Association, and numerous other law enforcement officials from across Idaho lobbied and convinced the legislature to do so. As mentioned earlier, our profession is often considered by many to be one of the most dangerous of all law enforcement. Officers work primarily alone, at all hours of day and night, and routinely in remote locations without backup or support. Most contacts involved armed individuals and some with unlawful intent. Idaho knows this firsthand, as 3 Idaho Department of Fish and Game officers have been killed at the hands of a wildlife violator. Deputy Game Warden EAT'd in 1934, conservation officers Bill Pogue and Conley Elms in 1981. 2 other conservation officers, Stanley Larson and Samuel Buntrock, were also lost in the line of duty due to unfortunate accidents. Since the tragic events of 1981 and the loss of Pogue and Elms, there have been many versions of the stories told of what happened that day and what followed afterwards. Author Jack Olson's book, Give a Boy a Gun, provides the most accurate account and now is required reading for all new conservation officers. In fact, in 2015, Sharon and I were granted permission by Canyon County to look at all of the evidence, or most of the evidence, that was used in that trial to convict the person that killed Bill and Conley. And we actually found portions of that directly in Jack Olson's book. In fact, the clerk at the court told us while we were there that she remembers Olson spending months sitting at the table in the court there going through all the documents. So of everything that I've read, it provides the most accurate account of what really occurred. If you haven't read it, I would encourage you to. Another milestone in our enforcement history was the establishment of the Citizens Against Poaching program. In 1980, Director Jerry Conley, with the support of the enforcement chief, Dale Baird, and strong encouragement from the Idaho Conservation Officer Association, Director Conley introduced the need for the establishment of a nonprofit organization where citizens could report violations of Idaho's fish and game laws to the agency. It was reported at that time that New Mexico was first to develop such a program, and other states were following. Commissioner Christensen moved, Commissioner Stonebreaker seconded, and in October of 1980, the commission passed the motion endorsing the Citizens Against Poaching program. CAP received its official charter in 1981. The CAP line averages about 1,500 calls a year. I put the 2024 data on the slide for you. by month and by region, in case you were curious. In January of 1981, when Conservation Officer Pogan Elms were shot to death in Owyhee County, it shocked the state and served as a wake-up call for the agency. Department leadership realized then that the training officers received had to be more specialized. Post was a great first step, but it could not be the last if officers were to be equipped to do their job safely and effectively. Immediately following the tragedy, IDFG personnel began developing a specialized conservation officer curriculum. The result was a 4-week training course attended by all conservation officers. Training continues to be enhanced and modernized with each new class of conservation officers. Today's officers, in addition to completing the 14-week Post Academy, also are required to complete a 10-week field training program, where they spend time with 3 different field training officers from around the state. CO's Pogue and Elms death prompted another sweeping change. For the first time during the July 24th, 1981 commission meeting, the Idaho Fish and Game Commission formally adopted a policy mandating all conservation officers carry sidearms while on duty. Handgun distribution began in late 1981, and by mid-1982, all conservation officers were outfitted with sidearms. Today's enforcement employees on uniform patrol are required by policy to carry a firearm and to wear a ballistic vest. Officers today divide their time between regulation enforcement, fish and wildlife management duties, and information and education responsibilities. This can vary widely with the time of the year and the resource needs. I can tell you in the Clearwater, when the salmon are running, it's all hands on deck. Of note, the knife in the picture above was taken from an individual who was hunting illegally at night in the Clearwater region. The tick marks on the knife indicate the number of animals that individual took unlawfully. In closing, as I mentioned earlier, this has only been a small fraction of the history of Idaho's conservation law enforcement story. A lot has changed in Idaho relative to the enforcement and protection of Idaho's wildlife resources over the past 127 years. Many significant milestones and events have taken place, and if history teaches us anything, there are many more to come. Today's conservation officers are highly trained professionals and dedicated to Idaho's wildlife resources. The foundation placed by Charles Arbuckle 127 years ago continues to be built upon today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Yeah, that was informative. Thank you.
Glad to do it. Thank you.
I have my reading or my listening for my way home.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to our state record fish program. Joe Kowalski. Is that right?
No, but that's okay. It's Kazafka.
Kazafka.
I wouldn't expect you.
Sorry.
Actually, it's Martin Koenig, yeah, so.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Bobbitt, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. My name is not Joe Kazafka. Unfortunately, my name is Martin Koenig. I'm the Sport Fishing Program Coordinator here at the Bureau. I've been here about 11 years, and part of my duties is to administer the state record fish program.
And for the record, my agenda has somebody else's name on it. So
oh, I know.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, for sure. In mid-August of 1987, while on leave from the U.S. Army and visiting his parents in Coeur d'Alene, back home, Gain Clifford thought he would do a little fishing. He hooked this 41-pound, 14-ounce Chinook salmon while fishing on Lake Coeur d'Alene. He battled the fish for over 3 hours before finally landing it and took home not only a giant fish, but a new state record. We often see with any big fish story like this one that the story is usually an instant sensation. This one was no different, having beaten the previous record by over 4 pounds. Gaines' record-setting fish won him first place in the Big One Fishing Derby on Lake Coeur d'Alene that year, and it remains the largest ever fish to be entered in the Derby to date. The huge salmon also landed him a nice feature in the Coeur d'Alene Press the next day. But, sorry, Gain, it wasn't meant to last. Exactly 4 weeks later, on September 13th, Gaines' title would fall, being beaten by this nice lady. As impressive as it was, Gain Clifford's record salmon would be beaten by none other than his mom. At age 70, Jane Clifford's massive 41.25-inch Chinook salmon would beat her son's record by a mere 2 ounces and remain standing for the next 39 years today as the current state record for Chinook salmon in freshwater, by the way. So while we have some very old records on the books, Idaho's state record fish program didn't really start until 1959. The program started that year with the department collecting records of large fish caught all around the state, primarily through its magazine, at the time the Idaho Wildlife Review. Now, readers were encouraged to send in verifiable evidence documenting the catch of trophy fish, even if those fish were caught before the record program started. Fish caught in the past were eligible for new records, as the department was looking to fill up the list of trophy fish and collect a long list of the biggest known fish caught around the state. Now, in this table of record fish from 1960, you can see a lot of the species are still missing, and many are included but left in open categories, including Chinook salmon, crappies, whitefish, and sunfish. But of note is Wes Hamlet's 37-pound rainbow trout and the 32-pound bull trout records from Lake Pend Oreille were already there. Both of these still stand today. Now, within just a few years, the record fish program starts to pick up some steam. And in this table from 1962, we see that a lot of those previous blank spaces are starting to fill in. We also see some potentially dubious records showing up, like this 1908 sturgeon caught on a set line with an unnamed angler all the way back in 1908. Additionally, we see this impossibly largemouth bass, almost 11 pounds, come from Anderson Lake by a W.M. Taylor with no specified year, making it look a little suspicious. So from the time the record fish program starts in around 1960 up to 2015, we see some slow but steady improvements in the program. And from the 60s to the 1990s, the official record fish list was published annually in the department's magazine, usually in the fishing edition that came out every spring. By 1996, the record fish list had moved over to being published in the annual fishing regulations, seasons, and rules book. Today, we still follow the tradition of posting an official list of record fish in our printed seasons and rules booklet, but the most up-to-date list is now on the department's website. And this is also where we post news releases of any new record fish that get posted. Okay, this is what I'm going to call the Dvorak problem. In January of 2015, Larry Warren is fishing for steelhead in the North Fork of the Clearwater below Dvorak Dam. He catches this rainbow trout, which they weigh in the boat with a portable scale at just over 28 pounds and 32 inches long. Fish is clearly a new state record. But Larry can't keep the fish to get it weighed on a certified scale because fishing regulations on the North Fork Clearwater prohibit harvesting any rainbow trout without an adipose fin clip because of the regulations on the steelhead fishery there. At the time, there's no such thing as a catch and release record fish program. So looking back on this fish now 11 years later, this fish still would beat the current catch and release record and the certified weight record for rainbow trout, had it been awarded back in 2015. So around this time, 2015, the list of record fish in Idaho is starting to get pretty stale. All the records are based on certified weight. That's a harvested fish weighed on a scale certified by the Department of Agriculture for trade. And a lot of these records are starting to get pretty tough to beat. The largest non-game fish records like carp are really locked up by bow fishing, spear, or archery anglers. And sturgeon, bull trout, and wild salmon and steelhead haven't had any new records for 75 years. In addition, attitudes towards trophy fish are changing around, and many anglers are interested in setting new records, but they don't necessarily want to kill trophy fish. Several other states at this time already have catch and release record programs, and Idaho sees an opportunity to improve our state record fish program. Fisheries staff decide to refresh the state record fish program and bring a little bit more excitement back to trophy fish. In 2016, the department launches a major overhaul in the state record fish program to coincide with the rollout of the 2016 to 2018 fishing regulation booklet. The major change introduced here was the introduction of the catch and release record program, which awarded records based entirely on the length of the fish, requiring that the fish has to be released. The new program opened up major opportunities for a whole new set of new records, including bull trout, sturgeon, and wild salmon and steelhead. Additionally, there was a bunch of other interesting changes too, like we broke out all of the 4 cutthroat subspecies into their own categories, which before the Bonneville cutthroat trout had the single record. So this opened up new records for Yellowstones, Westlopes, and Lahontan cutthroat trout. We also separated out rod and reel records from the archery and spearfish records for the non-game categories, which opened up a whole new set of record for anglers. Okay, so how do we actually validate a state record? Applications for records go through a fairly rigorous process to make sure they're legitimate, but also to maintain the integrity of the program. I personally inspect each application and verify whether it's a legitimate record. And there's a lot of applications that are not accepted because they simply don't meet the requirements. Now, the first thing I look at is the species and the location. Some simple things like, does the species match what's in the photos? Does that fish species exist in the water body where they claim it was caught? Very basic things. I also make sure that the fish was caught in public waters during a season that was open for fishing for that fish. The next thing we look at is date and time. Was the fish caught within 30 days of the application? One of the requirements. But we also look for date and time-stamped photos to verify the catch was caught on the day indicated on the application. Then we go into the license checking, and I also verify that each angler was in fact licensed at the time that they catch the fish, which you might be surprised isn't always the case. And for measurements, certified weight records, this is pretty easy. The fish has to be weighed on a certified scale with a receipt showing the date, time, and the receipt of the weight of the fish. If it's bigger than the existing record, we award a new record. Catch and release records are a little bit different. They're based on the length of the fish. The angler has to submit a picture of the fish next to a tape measure or some other object of verifiable length. And most of the time, the anglers do a pretty good job of this, but it does present a few challenges. And I've had to deny plenty of applications because the measurements just can't be verified. Most species require a 1/2 inch margin to beat the existing record, but for sturgeon, we require a 2-inch minimum to accommodate the variation in the measurement on those really long fish. Soon after launching the catch and release record program in 2016, applications start pouring in. In 2016 alone, the first year of the program, we issued 70 new catch and release records. During the pandemic in 2020, we saw our second highest number with 34 new records. And overall, since the revamp, we've issued 189 catch and release records and 36 additional new certified weight records. Our website now lists catch and release records for 44 different species of game fish and 13 non-game records. Our certified weight record program has 45 game fish records and 14 non-game fish. So what exactly are people catching? Like, where are all these records coming from? Well, the most popular so far has been tiger trout with 11 new record applications since 2016. But we've also had 59 different species categories. And this is a list of the most common that we see. So second to tiger trout, the most popular are sturgeon, steelhead, smallmouth bass, and carp, which are tied for 3rd place with 9 applications each. Oh, sorry, rainbow trout was the number 2 at 10 applications. And then after that, in 4th place, Lahontan cutthroat, bull trout, with 8 record applications each, followed by pike minnow, channel catfish, and bullheads with 7 applications. So I know what you're thinking. Tiger trout, like that's a thing. So tiger trout are a hatchery origin fish that is, we make these by crossing brown trout with brook trout, and it produces this sterile hybrid offspring. The department's been stocking these in a handful of waters across the state, but they're still pretty relatively rare. And while they look pretty unique, they can be pretty aggressive predators and sometimes reach pretty large sizes. So anglers are super excited about these. And because they're fairly unique and have only been around for a short while, anglers are competing to break the record as often as possible. So we're seeing like a little bit of an arms race to get the new record on these. While I was putting this talk together, I kept noticing a lot of the record fish stories often shared common themes. And while there's a lot of fun stories to tell here, I've narrowed it down to 4 common themes that I keep seeing over and over. Theme number 1, people love big fish stories. And I mean love big fish. When we post a new record announcing a new state record, those stories spread really quickly with tremendous reach. News media channels routinely pick these stories up off of our Fish and Game website within a matter of hours, and they often reach national channels. The Record Fish program has been an absolute goldmine of public relationships and good PR stories because people absolutely love these stories. Many anglers who get state records are often surprised at just the notoriety and how far their stories reach. For example, this 31-inch Yellowstone cutthroat trout set a new catch and release record in 2020, and news of the fish spread far and wide with tremendous reach. The department's Facebook post announcing the catch got 261 comments, over 1,100 shares, and ultimately reached 190,000 people. The public relations and outreach value of these stories has been absolutely incredible. This record-setting 10-foot 4-inch sturgeon was caught last in 2022 at CJ Strike Reservoir. News of the monster fish just about broke the internet. The department's Facebook post received 307 comments and over 1,400 shares, making it one of the most popular record fish stories ever. And that sheer number of shares just shows you how popular and engaging these types of records can be. But big excitement over big fish stories is really nothing new. And in fact, when Wes Hamlet broke the world record rainbow trout with a 37-pound Girard rainbow from Lake Pend Oreille, the fish was the guest of honor at the Idaho Chamber of Commerce luncheon just a few days later. And a few days after that, it was shipped off to Washington, D.C., where it was presented to General Dwight D. Eisenhower, known to be an avid angler. And it was presented to him as the largest rainbow trout ever caught. Now, the same fish made headlines once again in 1998 when it was mistakenly passed over by a 33-pound fish from Montana claiming to be the world record. But thankfully, it was rightly reinstated and the world record rainbow trout came back to Idaho. Theme number 2, trash to treasure. In 1988, fishery program coordinator Bill Horton would issue the first non-game state record for a common carp at 37.5 pounds, the first state record for a so-called trash fish. Then in 1995, Bill would award Katie Scanlon a new state record for a northern pike minnow, only the second non-game fish state record ever issued. Idaho Public TV would do a story on it, blowing up publicity about the new pike minnow record and shining a spotlight on underappreciated non-game fish. When questioned about issuing state records for trash fish, Bill is quoted in the Spokesman Review newspaper saying, quote, "I told the staff that anyone who wanted to steal the smile off of that little girl's face could be my guest." 1 month later, Bill issues the first state record, large-scale sucker, and the floodgates open, and by 1996, the department will have issued 10 additional records for pike minnow. By 2001, anglers have claimed multiple non-game state records, including chiselmouth, large-scale suckers, tench, tilapia, and many others. And by issuing state records for trash fish, the department sets the stage for a decades-long transition towards a new mentality and appreciation for non-game fish species. And don't get me wrong, there's real enthusiasm out there for non-game fish. And some of them are no joke. For example, this grass carp from the Snake River caught just last year was almost 68 pounds and over 4 feet long. And it's one of the top 5 biggest record fish in the program ever. All right. Third theme. Kids are good luck. Looking back through the history of Idaho's record fish program, it's clear that kids are just really good at getting state records. Certainly in my experience, if you have kids fishing with you, they almost always catch bigger fish than you, or they increase your own chances of catching a big fish. So at a minimum, lesson learned is definitely bring kids with you fishing to increase your chance of catching a trophy fish. Remember Gain Clifford with the giant salmon? Yeah, he was fishing with his son. So that shouldn't be a surprise. All right, our fourth and final theme today, let's call this one Girls Catch Big Fish. Notice the good luck charm. So Haley obviously understands what she's doing. Now, remember, I'd mentioned that Idaho's inconceivably huge largemouth bass of almost 11 pounds was pretty suspicious. The huge bass was attributed to a Mrs. M.W. Taylor. Now, this fish has been on the books since 1962, but there was never a date included with when the fish was caught, making it a bit suspicious. The mysterious Idaho bass record was noticed by some intrepid bass enthusiasts and bass fishing historians, Ken Duke and Terry Battisti of the Big Bass podcast. And these two set out to finally debunk the mysterious Idaho record once and for all. However, to their surprise, Ken and Terry would actually uncover the original documentation of where this trophy came from. They found the original list of the 1949 Field and Stream Magazine National Fishing Contest winners, where Mrs. M.W. Taylor's bass is listed not only with the date, but the location and the tackle used. Additional investigation determined that Mrs. M.W. Taylor was in fact her married name and that her real name was Mary Alice Hurt Taylor. Not only did Ken and Terry validate the mysterious bass record from way back when, they also discovered that Mary was a notorious trophy bass angler. She had taken 6th place just a few years prior in the 1944 Field and Stream contest with another giant largemouth of 9 pounds, 11 ounces from the very same Anderson Lake near Coeur d'Alene. So all these years later, we use this information to republish Mary's record under her own name with the date included exactly 75 years later. Then, of course, we took to YouTube and joined the Big Bass podcast to discuss the crazy story of how the giant largemouth record was actually vindicated all these years later. So in closing, I want to emphasize the State Record Fish Program is a huge team effort to make this program a success. And over the years, many staff have made significant contributions to making the program successful. Ben Studer was instrumental in building the website infrastructure to support the relaunch of the program in 2016. And Ben Bieri updates the website now with all of our new records. Roger and Connor do a great job with press releases and helping me spread the word of new record catches. And Sarah Casanelli handles all of our Facebook and social media, showing off new records as well. And then we'd be in bad shape without the help of all of our previous and current administrative assistants who have to do the actual work of printing, signing, and mailing all of our prize packages to every single record winner. And that includes Kaylee Clark, Claire Cowan, Rebecca Rogers, Haley Polson, Kendra Winters, and currently Mina Keating. And with that, I can take any questions.
Questions?
I do have a question, Mr. Chairman, if I could. Martin, that's a great presentation and a great way to end the day. But I'm curious, when you have to deny somebody a record, if you have any colorful stories about maybe some of the comments you get from the people that when they get the news that they're not going to receive the record.
Yeah, first of Commissioner Davies, Mr. Chairman, first of all, I always try to be very tactful, and because folks are going out of their way to, they're out there fishing and they're super excited about catching fish. And so I'm always super respectful, but most people are actually very courteous and kind if they get news that their record is not going to be awarded. And most of the time it's some sort of technicality, like I couldn't quite read the tape measure, or the whole fish wasn't in the picture, or whatever it might be. And a lot of people understand that because they understand that we're trying to defend the legitimacy of the program and don't want to publish records that might be kind of dubious. And most people are receptive to that. Not everybody, but most people are. And we also get a lot of applications where people get very creative with how they're measuring their fish. Because a lot of the times they might catch a fish and they don't realize in the moment that they might be eligible for a record. So they're trying to piece together their application with what evidence they have in the moment after the fact. We've had people send us pictures of fish like laying completely bent inside a landing net. And then I think the best story, John Casanelli helped me out with this one, but they had constructed a bean bag basically filled with rice, the exact dimensions of the fish, and then expected us to measure that. It was a pretty elaborate attempt, but ultimately we had to deny that one. But yes, Commissioner, you're absolutely right. There are some very colorful stories about interesting applications, put it that way.
Well, thank you. Sorry for the name mix up when we started, for the record.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment on that too. So I'm glad that it was Martin that gave that presentation. Number one, his name's easier to pronounce, but importantly, Martin kind of made it sound like this was a broad effort when he noted that the record fish program was a little stale. It was really all Martin. Martin recognized that there was an opportunity to breathe new life into this program, and I was happy to be involved with it as the fish chief at the time, and a little skeptical that it would have breathed as much life into the program as it did. But it's been really successful, and I give Martin a lot of credit for taking that initiative.
Okay. Well, thanks again, Martin. Moving on to our director's report.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to spend much time on it. As usual, there is a lot of good information in there, so I would really encourage commissioners to take a look at this. Just a couple of teasers. In the Bureau of Enforcement summary, there's a pretty interesting case where an individual reported a box of deer parts that looked to be unlawful, and our investigators noticed on the box there was a shipping address that, as luck would have it, led right back to the offending party. And so there's more to that story, but there's also a couple of morals to that story. But take a look at that. Good work by our enforcement staff. I did want to share with you, Mr. Chairman, that our Big Willow elk translocation and removal project is continuing to move forward. So you had an update on that in the January meeting. Where we're at right now is we still recall that we have resident elk that are really the ones that are causing the problems, the depredating problems, and then we have a lot of migratory elk that come into that area at the same time. And so we don't want to trap until the migratory elk, which are not the problematic elk, have left. So we still do have some migratory elk in that area, and we don't want to start pre-baiting and getting these animals accustomed to the trapping area until, like I said, the migratory ones are gone. So they should be leaving soon, and we will then begin the pre-baiting, which means just bringing elk into the corral trap without setting it, just so they get used to that. But we are hopeful that we will be able to begin pre-baiting in late April and then initiate trapping in early May. So that's the plan. Still identifying the exact location that these elk will be released into. Also in the Bureau of Wildlife, there's just an interesting article in there about some duck tagging that we are doing in conjunction with Fish and Wildlife Service and Ducks Unlimited and the Pacific Flyway Council. So Oregon, Washington, and Alaska involved in this study, and it's essentially putting little GPS backpack collars on some ducks that we are capturing in the wintertime here so that we can learn more about where those birds go and where their breeding grounds are. So we'll be deploying 18 transmitters in the Panhandle, the Southwest, and the Magic Valley, and following those birds over the course of the next year. And we've got the first 6 units out that were deployed at Fort Boise just earlier this last month. So interesting project there. And again, a fair bit of other good information in there, but I won't get into it all. Just ask that you all take a look at it. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Some good information in the commissioner reports. Anybody want make any comments on that? Okay, planning for our next meeting, Coeur d'Alene. What are the dates, Jim?
So our commission meeting will be in Coeur d'Alene on May 6th and 7th with a field trip and public meeting on Wednesday, the 6th, and then the business meeting on Thursday, the 7th.
Okay. Is there a need of an executive session? Okay. Tim, did you have something?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, executive session motion. I move the commission go into executive session under Idaho Code 74206, subsection 1C and F.
Okay. Call for a roll call vote, starting with Region 1, Commissioner Bobbitt, aye.
Region 2, aye.
3, aye.
Region 4, aye.
Region 7, aye.
Did anybody second that?
I did.
Okay, great. We'll adjourn from this session, take a short break, and go into executive session.